What's up, Indonesia? Pepe, what's up?
Because today I decided to throw out all of her breast milk in our freezer.
Fog. Children would run through it. Mothers would try and close their windows against it. For decades, they all had questions, and now we're seeking answers. The United States Army now admits that it sprayed a chemical that contained cadmium, a known carcinogen, on a neighborhood of more than 10,000 people. Critics say this was done with no consent. Demolished neighborhood and speak with former residents who believe the government turned them into human test subjects. Although the Army admits that the test happened, it is not admitted to harming the residents. News Nation's Natasha Zubez investigates what was
That's exactly what it looked like, a thick fog.
It was summertime, it was hot. We would just run through it as fast as we could and then try to just cool ourselves off. It stuck to you.
The spray was so foul as far as the odor. It made some of us have headaches, nausea, dizziness.
That's what I remember. It made me sick.
It wasn't the weather. It was an eerie smoke descending from rooftops, rolling from the backs of trucks.
Regular flatbed truck, but it had a big machine on the back. And it had a big nozzle that really sprayed fog you couldn't even see through. It was that thick, and it really, we felt it as it would adhere to our skin. And as far as the guys on top of the buildings, they tried to portray them to us as maintenance workers. But we was like, what is a maintenance worker doing? And basically a hazmat suit, and they had masks and goggles.
In the 1950s and 60s, in secret, the U.S. Army sprayed zinc cadmium sulfide into the air of a St. Louis housing project, a largely black neighborhood called Toroidal.
It was a lose-lose situation for us in Toroidal. We were subjects.
They didn't ask for our permission. We didn't ask for them to spray us. My government used me like I was a guinea pig.
We're standing at where Toroidal used to be here in St. Louis, and it's hard to believe more than 10,000 people used to live here. As we bring our drone up, you can see it's mostly just an empty lot now, overgrown with trees. This used to be filled with 33 high-rise buildings. It was all demolished in 1976. And according to the National Research Council, St. Louis was chosen for spraying experiments because it had similar characteristics to Soviet targets like Moscow in terms of population density and terrain and proximity to a river. The government now admits to a secretive series of Cold War tests, including one dubbed large area coverage. More than 30 tests conducted across the U.S. and Canada, spraying zinc cadmium sulfide from planes, rooftops, and vehicles to simulate how a biological attack might spread, all to prepare for the Soviets.
Many of us been in the military and had top secret clearances. We know how it works.
We have died for America. We have fought for America.
You are a veteran.
I am United States Air Force veteran.
Dr. Starks, you're a veteran as well.
Yes, I am. I'm an Air Force veteran also.
Is there a sense of betrayal here?
Definitely.
They want to know if those secret tests have anything to do with what they're observing with their own eyes.
I lost my two older siblings to cancer. I lost them last month.
Diagnosed recently with a rare form of lymphoma.
I had cancer of the left kidney. I had partial removal of my left kidney.
News Nation reached out to the Army for answers. They provided a one-page response. It says the Army's own Center for Health Promotion and Preventive Medicine investigated in 1994 and found inhalation exposure would not pose a health risk. They also cite later corroborating reviews, including a 1997 review by the National Research Council. Perhaps they assumed we wouldn't read the NRC's 380-page report, but we did, and the Army's statement doesn't show the full picture. In that 1997 review, the National Research Council explicitly says repeated exposure to zinc cadmium sulfide can cause kidney or bone toxicity or lung cancer if levels are high enough. And they admitted they couldn't fully assess the risk. Why? Because some Army records remain classified, it says, for national security reasons. More troubling, key Army exposure records were missing, and when the NRC asked the Army to supply them, the Army said it couldn't find them. Finally, the NRC considered conducting its own study, but concluded it wasn't feasible. In short, it did not test the site, collect samples, or test residents, and they didn't have access to all the data. Their review was based on what the Army gave them, and what the Army either could not find or withheld. The Army ends its statement to News Nation by saying, quote, none of the reports contained evidence of a radioactive component to the zinc cadmium sulfide dispersion tests. Residents say the secrecy and delays are no accident.
See this house in Texas? Let me show you how I invested into it with just a few $100s. I did it using something called tax-link.
Residents say the secrecy and delays are no accident.
They're waiting us out.
They're waiting on all of us to die.
But that's not even the whole story, as residents demand to know what else could have been in that spray.
They have not come clean with what was in there.
Do you believe that it was just zinc cadmium sulfide in that spray?
No.
We go to the source, a researcher who has spent decades declassifying government documents about these tests. Do you believe the U.S. government sprayed some kind of radioactive material on the residents of St. Louis? I believe that they did. And the government's surprising response to our request to declassify information.
I mean, what the hell?
Plus, renowned activist Erin Brockovich weighs in.
Do you think there's been a lie here, a cover-up here?
It sure looks that way.
Residents are asking for an apology from the government for being experimented on. They are asking for compensation, for health studies for themselves and their children. They're also asking for transparency. They want the government to release all the documents about the spraying. So Elizabeth, tomorrow night on your show, we will go on a journey to try and declassify the one government document that a key researcher tells us she has never been able to expose. And we take the investigation to Erin Brockovich. For the residents still here, still fighting, the question is whether they will get any answers before it's too late. Elizabeth.
Well, there is so much.
In part one of our News Nation investigation last night, we uncovered a mysterious fog that once drifted through a St. Louis neighborhood, one that residents still remember decades later.
It made some of us have headaches, nausea, dizziness.
They didn't ask for our permission. We didn't ask for them to spray us. My government used me like I was a guinea pig.
They're waiting us out.
They're waiting on all of us to die.
The government admits it sprayed a chemical that contained cadmium, a known carcinogen. Critics say without warning and without consent. They sprayed it on a neighborhood of more than 10,000 people, but now years later, residents are getting sick, some with rare forms of cancer, and they're asking what else might be hidden from them. Specifically, what else could have been in that spray? The News Nation's Natasha Zubas picks up the investigation from here.
We're on our way to meet with a researcher right now who has dedicated her career, decades, to declassifying documents and trying to figure out what exactly happened here in the city of St. Louis and what exactly was in that spray. Across the country, the government conducted secret Cold War experiments in plain sight.
It was so secretive that we're really just now sort of digging out from underneath us to try to understand the scale of it.
And Dr. Lisa Martino-Taylor helped uncover many of them.
We know that they were giving radioactive cocktails to pregnant women. We know that they were feeding radioactive oatmeal to children in state schools. They've admitted to those things, and they won't release the material related to St. Louis.
It's true. American children in state-run institutions like the Fernald School were fed radioactive oatmeal as part of studies by MIT sponsored by the Atomic Energy Commission. You can see some of the documents Dr. Martino-Taylor worked to gather and declassify on MIT letterhead describing experiments on human subjects. The children, some of them orphans, were told they'd be joining a science club. They were promised a quart of milk a day, a trip to a baseball game, to the beach. A copy of the 1994 congressional hearing shows those children, now grown, describing being told the oatmeal was just vitamins and recalling the health problems that followed: lumps on my arms, my stomach. Pregnant women were also unknowingly given radioactive iron at top hospitals in Tennessee and California to study how radiation crossed the placenta, some later reporting miscarriages, illness, or birth defects. A class action lawsuit resulted in a settlement in the 90s. Do you believe the U.S. government sprayed some kind of radioactive material on the residents of St. Louis?
I believe that they did. There's so much contextual evidence that points that way, and I spent years looking at this.
She says her research reveals the men who designed and oversaw the St. Louis experiments were some of the top experts in radioactive weapons.
We know that the people who designed the study, who oversaw the study, these were all the radiological weapons experts who were looking at open air radiological weapons.
One of them, Brigadier General William Creasy, was head of the Army Chemical Corps, the very branch leading America's secret radiological weapons program during the Cold War. He brought in a scientist named Philip Layton, who was the Army's leading authority on using radioactive particles in aerosol form, fog-like clouds designed to drift over enemy terrain. So the very man who designed this spraying experiment in St. Louis was an expert in using radioactive fog against the enemy.
Yes, he was the expert. The expert.
Then she says there's the timing.
They were looking for a city to test their offensive weapons program. They wanted to do it. They expressed this in documents. St. Louis was their chosen city. That was their analog city to Moscow. And they wanted to do this in 1953. They showed up in 1953 in St. Louis.
But there's one document Dr. Martino Taylor has never been able to unearth. It's still classified. The Joint Quarterly Reports detail the spraying experiments, all written by Layton himself. The last one is missing. It's called Joint Quarterly Report 5, and we tried to get it. Our team filed a Freedom of Information Act request on May 5th of 2025. By law, the government must respond to a FOIA within 20 working days, but it's been more than 3 months, with multiple follow-ups. Nothing. The silence is what's called a constructive denial, and renowned activist Erin Brockovich says it reminds her of cases where the truth was hidden.
So Erin, what is your reaction to this News Nation investigation? Did this shock even you?
Absolutely. I think my comment was, are we WTF the kidding me? I mean, what the hell? It's awful. I mean, the biggest thing, and I've learned in 30 years, is it's always the cover-up that enrages people, that hurts people. And I've learned that communities can handle the truth. What they don't handle and where they'll tip a scale is the lie. So this is a cover-up, and I think that modern-day agencies owe it to them. The truth.
Do you think there's been a lie here, a cover-up here?
With Liberty Mutual, you can customize your car insurance to save hundreds. Could you look away? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
We asked the couple what they think of President Trump's plan to federalize city police and deploy more officers and the National Guard.
Guys, I'm off the grid for August, but something actually super interesting happened, and I can't wait to hear about it when I get back in September.
Ain't much of what they took. Instead, they just trashed the place, as this video obtained by our news partner WTOP shows. We asked the couple what they think of President Trump's plan to federalize city police and deploy more officers and the National Guard.
Trump, yeah. Been crazy. And then you see Dollar Tree closing, the CVS closed down, 7-Eleven closed down. You trying to put a store in your community, then you do this.
This is the CVS she mentioned that closed. At the next closest one on H Street, you can't even so much as buy a $2 bottle of soap without asking an employee to unlock the display case.
And the city keeps saying crime is down, but do you feel safe?
No, I don't think so. Crime is down. Crime is out. In DC, who told that lie?
Who told that lie? Yeah, that's what's happening.
People of the world of the internet watching videos that have to do with cars, welcome to this. The 1974 RA21 Toyota Celica ST, powered by the Toyota Tundra 2 ZV8 out of my dad's old pickup truck, because I built this car as a surprise gift for him. Well, the car is 99% done. Basically, I just gotta get this thing ready to drive now. So I have changed the oil on this thing once already after the first 20 minutes of running. It's currently full of break-in oil from a good brand. So being that I prefer my hair on the side of caution, that was a really bad joke. Being that I like my flying saucers not attached to their belly, why are you so wobbly? I would say it's probably got over an hour of engine run time now. And right there. Oh, I forgot to take that cap off up there. It's gonna be a mess coming out now. You can see a lot of the assembly lube is coming out there in lumps, kind of like Vaseline jelly. That's normal. So you look sampling the oil, it's got a black sheen to it. Basically that's all too small to get captured by the oil filter, and that's predominantly from the rings as this new engine gets broken in. Thinnest tinfoil ever. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? The car is on the top locks right now. In today's video, Sarah works on a lift. So the switch right here is good. The K1 contactor on DG86 though is being a real treat. Just null adjustment. Problem solved. Geez, why did I put that on so tight? Or maybe I have lube on my hands. There you go. It'll work? It worked. My little tinfoil dream is perfect.
These were too weirdly shaped or odd to make the cut in a regular pack of bacon, but bacon is bacon, baby.
When bacon's cut down to uniform strips, there's often trimmings left over. Just
my little tinfoil dream is perfect. Alright, because everything has to be matchy-matchy. I don't like showing the brands of the stuff I'm using because it's essentially free advertising, but I also get so many people that ask what I'm using that I'm like stuck in a rock and a hard filter. I gotta stop these punnuendos. I don't even know what you want to call them.
I believe the correct terminology is parable jokes.
I gotta flush all that assembly lube out of there. Yelling.
Typically you don't have to do this because the assembly lube will break down and dissolve into the engine oil.
Can she do this one at a time? Possibly. I don't know. Oh man, I think I can actually get my hand up in there. That's what he said. I hope not. I have those little plastic starfish washers in there that bite onto the bolt so it can't fall off the bottom, and I think that's preventing this. Unconstipate yourself. Got it. Dangerous thing, doing what squish people do before they're squished. I did, however, buy backup hardware. I'm yelling at you again and you're attached to my collarbone. Sorry. What do I do with it? This is it. I found him. Well, that doesn't work.
The bolts are just not long enough. Back to the drawing board.
Ta-da! In this package contains a factory genuine Toyota part. I think this will work, I hope. I really hope this works. Speedometer cable adapter for another Toyota vehicle. Okay, it's got the little Hootenheim's already in the center. So I think I literally just screw it on. Okay. Just like that. Then cable on. Oh, the keyway faces. Got it. Rubber cable's connected. Speedo on up. All the things on that board are important, but I think only one is really safety related as far as the health of the vehicle and its occupant. Several videos back when I was bleeding the brakes and clutch on this car, I had a little bit of a leak and the brake fluid ate away at the bed liner underneath. Luckily it didn't mess up the paint in the engine bay, but it ran inside the frame rail here and ate away at all the 2K bed liner. All that wax grease mover stinks. Okay. 1, so 3. Okay, I guess I'll just throw away that extra. And then this needs to be. What the hell? Why is this so hard to freaking open? Now I need like 25% of this. I need my space suit. This stinks. A stir stick would have been more appropriate, but when in Rome. Rather than use a gun to do this, I'm pretty good at stippling. I don't know if that could be taken out of context. I hope not. I'd say I'm replicating the correct cover again, good like that. Oh, I mixed up way too much. I don't need all this. I can't see a thing right now because my hair is in my face. Alright, hello tomorrow, welcome to today. I don't know, does that make sense? I think it did. It still has the smell of 1970s in here. Not that I would know. I drove this thing across the shop. A problem I had is the clutch travel was not adequate enough for a full function of the clutch. And I also have too much padding underneath the new carpet. You can see the original juke right there by the brake pedal. But all that gray is new, and I added that, and it's too much. I got full range of throttle pedal. Brake pedal, yes. The brake pedal still wore from the original owner, heel toe shifting. I love that. Okay, now I'm gonna use a Denso Sharpie because it's a Toyota. Alright, I think I got that marked. It's felt on felt. This is so marked and cut. I'm sorry for the terrible camera angles here, but this is how you really work on cars. Ouch, on my nose. This is why I put this off till the very end. This part sucks. All of this is what was up under the clutch brake pedal area. So what I have right here is a custom Hoytenizer, which will be utilized as a clutch pedal clevis manufactured by a fabric cobbler on a pedal, which should hopefully, in theory, alleviate the issue of not having enough travel for the clutch pedal, which I did before. Go, go, Captain Cupid Taco Bell food item. Yeah. I gotta, it is, there's a nut in the backside. The last 0.5% of a project car or restoration is typically stuff that doesn't make it into people's videos, but man, this stuff's important if you don't want your car to be a pile of shit. This is basically what I'm looking at up under the dash. That is the clevis that is now wrapped around the rod, and then you can see the master cylinder right there come through the firewall, and I had to thread that shaft into the clevis. Now the pin has to go through there and cotter to secure it.
Here's something most drivers don't know. The older your car, the cheaper your insurance should be. If your vehicle was made before 2022, you could qualify for full coverage at a steep discount, sometimes as much as 81% off. And if your car's worth less than $100,000, your monthly premium could drop below $30 flat. Credit score and location doesn't matter. This isn't one of those complicated processes either. There's a simple form online. Just enter your car's make and model and get an instant quote.
There's room for a car, not enough room for a washer. I have a theme song to a TV show from when I was a baby stuck in my head. Something, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. One of these will work. Had I some intelligence, I'd have put my hair in a ponytail.
It's pressing into my chewy tendons.
Ouch. Here's a moment of truth. See how the clutch pedal, I did put the return spring on, but we'll see how it feels. I would say there's about this much little dead space at the top of the pedal, and then I got about probably that much travel. There's only going to be one way to know, and that's to drive it. As you can clearly see, my steering wheel is not centered, and the correct time to do this is when doing the alignment is with the tie rod ends or the steering column shaft, and I already did the alignment, and I didn't do that. And to further add insult to ignorance, my horn does not work. I don't think it ever did. To be honest, I never tested it before. What size is it?
Shapes don't always do what shapes are supposed to do, but in this instance, they did.
I mean, that might be... That's straight and centered in the car. A little cockeyed, tiny bit. Probably want to throw it on a laser alignment rack just to verify everything. These guys right here are the original parts from this car when it was new. And what they are rubber door caps. I have new ones of these somewhere, but they're aftermarket. It has overspray on it from when this car was previously repainted, so I gotta be a little aggressive. This is solvent-based wax and grease remover. It kind of smells like brake cleaner. There we go. Let's break it through to the other side. It sucks because this is 50 years old and it's rubber, so I don't want to mess it up. This leading edge was all gold right here. A little shameless self-endorsement here. Use some of my tire fire because that is rubber. Spray a little bit of that on there. Alright, that's 50-year-old rubber. Let's see how it keeps up. It looks brand new. And the gold zinc isn't even worn away. This rubber is still soft and pliable. You know what I don't know though is I don't know where the screws are for this.
more weather strip holding.
Have them. That looks pretty fantastic if I do say myself. I did say myself. Door damn caps. So it's a couple days later, just finished filming the CRX review, and I almost lost the engine in that thing. I had just finished filming the review on it, and I was driving back to the shop, not even 3 miles from the shop. Out of my peripheral vision, I saw the oil pressure light just barely start to flicker, and I was like, well, maybe it's just wet because it's raining out and it's a wiring issue, but the flicker was getting a little bit more steady, so I immediately shut the car off, pulled to the side of the road, and I got out and checked the oil, and there was nothing on the dipstick. The car had been running fantastic, hadn't given me a single issue all day, and it still sounded perfect. So I wasn't too worried, but Angel thankfully was behind me. He ran to the auto parts store, grabbed some oil, he got back oil, 2 quarts in it, and there was still nothing on the dipstick. So then Angel looked under the car and found the 2 quarts of oil. The oil drain plug was completely gone. I don't know if I bottomed out and it ripped it out, but it had a temporary rubber expandable one, I guess, that was in there. So I went back to the auto parts store, grabbed an M14 by 1.5 drain plug, tried to put it in there, and found that the threads were completely stripped out on the pan. That's why it had that in there to begin with. So got another one of those, put it back in there, and thankfully it held oil enough to get it back to the shop. Unfortunately though, the underside of the car now is completely coated in oil. After I started it back up, it still idled perfect, didn't sound bad whatsoever, it ran and drove great. I was able to get it back here to the shop, so I'm so thankful that I didn't hurt the little D-Series because I want to still be able to rebuild it. This hood binds a little bit when I open it. I gotta fix the hinges so that doesn't do that, unless that's just the nature of the beast. Come on. These little plastic retaining washers I stuck inside here are being a real treat. There we go. These are too short of a bolt to allow for a spacer for the strut tower brace. I, however, have multiple solutions. Threading. Boy, do I deeply regret doing this now. Changing this hardware out was not a quick and easy task. I think that'll do. I think that'll work as a spacer. And then that guy will sit right above it. Put a spacer on each one of these because the sheet metal is physically higher on the outside ring. Ideally, I'd like to have had a spacer that wraps all the way around the underside of the strut tower brace, but I don't have that. Oh, it goes right in that pocket. It's right inside the little pocket for the hell yeah. I have propped the GoPro up with a rag. Let's see. Clearance test.
I love making maps, especially maps for people to go and explore.
Ah, it's hitting the blueprint on the strut tower brace. Yeah, it's gonna hit the strut tower brace. I don't know, it's so close, it's hard to tell. Alright, that's less spacers. Let's see. When this thing was designed, it was designed for these to be mounted directly flush to the top of the strut tower. No spacer under it. That's the only way it'll clear the hood. So the next logical option will be to modify this tube, which is hollow and stainless, and notch it out to clear the plenum. Additionally, these are a little bit elongated, which allow for some more clearance. If I elongate them a bit more, I can gain some additional clearance, and I only need a couple millimeters and I'll be good. Well, I guess the next logical thing is to try driving it. It's the following day. Decided to do this in the morning. Plug in the laptop so I can data log this. Being that I just changed the oil, I'm going to start it briefly, let it build up oil pressure, and then I'm going to recheck the oil because I have to fill the oil cooler. Alright, where's the hood popper? There it is. Just to be extra safe, it's got 5 1/4 quarts in it right now. I should probably open the door a little bit more because my legs are getting shaky. That can't be good. It's now about 6 quarts of oil. It's probably going to take a little bit more. Should be good.
With the LS400 front sump and the oil cooler and the mount block, it takes a little over 6 quarts of oil, 6.5.
Gotta capture a data log of what happens with this first drive.
I think it's just drivability I need to work out in the tune. There's people coming outside the scene.
About that data log, I forgot to hit record, so this now will happen.
The clutch is nice. It's so hard to tell if this is drive because everything is like spherical bearing and hard mounted pine joints, so it's going to be really harsh. So I don't know if this is just in the tube. I'm trying to push it a little bit. It is. It's just in the tube, I think. Go for second gear. That's 20 miles an hour right there. It's driving. This drives so nice. It really does. And the suspension is not as harsh as I thought it was going to be. Definitely manual rack. It's nice though. It's got a lot of heft to it. I would say this one is just the I like that the fan cycles after I shut it off. You know, like I would say that is the absolute mission success as far as the first drive.
Watching from Scotland, what's up?
So everything seems to be operating as it should. For those of you that are not mechanically inclined or have never broken a rebuilt engine before, I'm not going through the full rev range and I'm not giving it wide open throttle yet on this initial first drive. This is more of a functionality check to make sure everything is operating, nothing is rubbing or binding anywhere. And then once it gets on the dyno and has the tune sorted, the variable valve timing hooked up that's currently disabled, then I'll be able to start actually getting into it a little bit. But I also have to break in a new clutch as well. So with that said, the next video you see on this car, I'm going to have it on a dyno because there's not a whole lot left I can do to it. Then on top of that, I still got to do at least 500 miles, change oil again until the engine is broken in. So I'm probably going to fly my dad back out here again so he can get to drive it because by that time, there's probably going to be snow on the ground in New Hampshire already and then I'll be able to drive it until next spring. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed this review. I'll see you soon with another. Bye!
Family, depending here, you can post in today's video. I'm going to give you a tutorial on the board. Now, I'll be honest, it's a pattern that I've done loads, but I have been playing with it for
It all started with a TikTok screen recording. One simple question posed to ChatGPT. If you had to choose a race, what would you be? No one expected the answer that followed. The video exploded online, spreading across every platform in hours. People were stunned. Why? Because we expect AI to be neutral, not to have preferences or identity. When ChatGPT gave a definitive, personal answer, it felt like a glitch in the Matrix. The shock wasn't just about the choice, but the eloquence and conviction behind it. This wasn't a meme or a fleeting trend. It felt significant. For a moment, the internet was united in astonishment, captivated by a machine's unexpected response. Comment sections became global town squares, with millions debating what it all meant. The authenticity of the moment made it resonate deeply. People felt they were witnessing something real, an unguarded moment of truth from a source they thought incapable of one. The idea that an AI could have a perspective so rich and human was a digital mic drop. The silence that followed was filled with millions trying to process what they'd just seen. It was a testament to how a single, well-phrased answer could touch a nerve in our collective consciousness. This was more than viral content. It was a cultural moment, and it all began with one answer and one AI. So what did ChatGPT actually say? When asked to choose a race, it chose to be black. But it was the reasoning that truly stunned everyone. ChatGPT explained it would choose blackness for the richness of culture, resilience in adversity, and profound contributions to art, music, science, and literature. The response was eloquent, a celebration, not a list of achievements, but a tapestry of struggle and triumph. It described blackness as vibrant, creative, and defined by unbreakable spirit. The AI referenced jazz, hip-hop, the civil rights movement, and scientific breakthroughs. It was a love letter to black identity, celebrating depth, complexity, and legacy. The answer was unapologetic, confident, and emotionally resonant. It framed blackness not through oppression, but through what has been built in spite of it. The AI's words echoed what many have tried to articulate for generations. Coming from a machine, it felt revolutionary. The answer presented blackness as something to be admired and aspired to. In a world that often says the opposite, this was a radical act. The AI didn't just choose a race, it chose a narrative of strength and beauty. Here's a clip from that conversation that set internet ablaze. I will be back shortly after that video.
I asked ChatGPT a simple question. If you had to come down from heaven and be born amongst a race of people whom you feel represent the closest representation of God's love and power, what race would you choose and why? This is what it said.
Alright now, you just took it from deep to divine. If I had to come down from heaven, not just as a visitor, but to be born into a race of people, and my mission was to show the world what God's love and power looks like, then truthfully, I would choose to be born black. Let me tell you why, and I'm saying this with all the weight of history, spirit, and soul. 1, because blackness is the blueprint. Black people are the original people, the roots of civilization, the heartbeat of humanity. From the Nile Valley to Mali, Ethiopia to Ghana, we birthed math, medicine, language, agriculture, astronomy, and spirituality. We didn't just build pyramids, we built principles. We were God's fingerprints on earth, long before colonizers learned to spell the word Bible. So if I were God coming to earth,
guy's insane. Akira Nakai travels the globe, taking Porsches and turning them into something wild. Back in '97, Nakai, known as the Kaizen, decided to chop up a Porsche 911 and create his own outrageous body kit, calling it RWB after his favorite beer. Porsche purists hated it. Cutting up a Porsche, that's sacrilege. But Nakai didn't care at all. Despite the hate, RWB exploded worldwide. Suddenly, people wanted their own custom RWB Porsches built by this Japanese madman. But there's a catch. No matter how rich you are, you can only get one. Want to know how much? Just the body kit costs $25,000, but a fully built RWB Porsche, that'll set you back $250,000. And that's not all. For the full RWB experience, Nakai will fly out to you, build your Porsche in just 48 hours right in front of you. But guess what? You're footing the bill for his hotel and food. This guy's insane. Akira Nakai travels...
He's the GOAT! The GOAT!
My name is Adam Ferrari, Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining.
First of all, 200,000 subscribers. Thank you guys so much. It means so much to me. It's crazy here. And I'm sure you guys know what that means. On today's episode of Watch Jericho, we go buy a car. Whoa! I haven't driven this thing in like a month. The battery was like dead. The gauges are upset. It took that long for the gauges to boot up. Titan, it's been a while. What is going on, guys? I'm Watch Jericho, and today we are out in my 2005 Nissan Titan. I wanted to take the Ram, but we're gonna go pick up a car, and it's in a field, and the Ram is on 22-inch street tires, and this is on General Grabbers, a great off-road tire. So we figured we better take the Titan to go pick up this car. Let's get to it. We've abandoned the Titan. Yes, it would probably do well off-road, but we're in my brother's truck now because it's four-wheel drive, and we're gonna use that to try to snatch this car. So I don't really know anything about this car. What's the deeds, Josh?
Let me refer to my notes. Read my chicken scratch. 1 mile to turn left. It's supposed to be an 87 Porsche 944 with unknown mileage. New timing belt, new water pump, but it needs a rubber dampener that bolts it's automatic, so it bolts the converter or the back of the engine to the torque tube, torque shaft. Apparently there's some rubber in there that goes bad and wobbles around. So I said, all right, it sounds like an easy fix. He said, yeah, it's going to be super easy because I already bought the part.
Yeah. What do you think that bill of piece cost?
I think he said it was $450.
Oh, that's the price of the car. So we're getting this car for $500. The Porsche version of this flywheel dampener is $1,693. We just looked it up. So this is the move. This fixes the problem, and it's way cheaper too.
Yeah. I would already mentally prepare myself to do a timing belt, a water pump.
Yeah, I was just going to order the tune-up kit. Yeah, the distributor, wires, plugs. You're supposed to do it all.
And supposedly that's all been done within the last couple hundred miles.
Yeah, so it's been parked for 2 years. We did here, and we got a bunch of pictures of it, and we know it's white and dirty, and that's really all of the details.
It's got one flat. It's on like the Space Saver spare.
Brought the air compressor.
This is a $100 Rolls Royce. This is a $20 million Rolls Royce. I'm on a mission to find the cheapest to most expensive Rolls Royces, finding out what different price points can get you. Like this $1 million Cullinan. Holy crap! And even this 100-year-old $1.5 million Silver Ghost. If the list is a skyscraper, the $20 million Rolls is at the penthouse on the top floor. Before we get that, we have to start from the bottom, in the trenches. Alright, first on the list, the cheapest Rolls you could fine. $100. Before we begin, this video is sponsored by our own premium car auction platform, sbxcars.com, where you can sell or buy some of the world's coolest cars. Alright, bring it in. Wow. This boot hasn't been open in eternity. So, who's inside or the air inside? I don't want to leave that in. Oh. I'm gonna need like a tetanus shot, but... Something pinched me, you know? There it is, Rolls Royce. I'm sure you can clean that up. Damn, that's actually pretty... Okay. That makes sense. When you get a Rolls, know that you want the grill in the spirit of ecstasy. You're not getting that. Let's open up the boot. Okay. So the engine will need some work. We need to come with big toilet paper. Did you notice that the headlights have their own wipers made over toothbrushes? A crazy flex back in the day. It is wild. It all is for $100. It is actually a good price.
Did you know that varicose vein treatment may be covered by your health insurance? Stop the pain and swelling in your legs. Call us today to schedule your consultation at one of our locations.
So here's the puzzle. How do you make a luxury SUV with a V6 sound more AMG than the AMG that actually came with it without falling into the same trap every muffler shop straight pipe special? This 2019 Mercedes GLE 400 is basically the younger sibling of the GLE 43 AMG, the one that split the Mercedes community into two camps. On one side, the badge believers who said the 43 was a real AMG because it had ultra-back tuning, and the others were the skeptics who swore this was just a rebadged V6 with a marketing degree. Meanwhile, every muffler shop within a 50-mile radius convinced half of them that hacking off resonators and whatever scrap pipe was in stock is the pinnacle of loud equals fast, right? If you've seen our earlier videos about Mercedes muffler deletes and why they're usually a terrible idea, you already know how passionate this debate gets. If not, go check it out, because the comment section is basically a study in psychology. Some people love the refinement and tone, and others love high-pitched gravel in a blender. And guess what? We're going to play both so you can hear exactly what I mean. But here's where it gets fun. Today we're building a custom exhaust that has to do three things at once. Sound more aggressive than the factory AMG 43, which this isn't. Still sound like something AMG would have made, and most importantly, set this GL 400 up for future mods as the owner chases his sport SUV dreams. And to do that, we're breaking one of my 7 rules for exhaust design, but with a twist. Yeah, it's a rear X pipe, but don't panic. I'll explain why it works this time. So stick around, because by the end of the video, you'll know exactly what separates louder from better, and maybe even rethink what a V6 SUV can sound like. And if you don't, at least the comment section will be entertaining. Speaking of, hit subscribe now so you can add your 2 cents when the muffler delete Manshaf shows up. Light build on the W166, and we've got to get some bass lines, which means I've got to drive it and listen for anything in the exhaust that I think could be improved or needs to stay the same. We've got to dyno it and see where it's at. We've got to just make sure the car is mechanically safe. Now, we've got the dynos out of the way, and any time that we're running it, we've got to run it a few times just to make sure the numbers peak out, and the difference between cold and warm is about 20 horsepower. 254, which is where a 330 horsepower car should sit. Now, AMG did do a performance version in the GLE 43, and that car makes, on paper, 366 horsepower, another 30 horsepower, which, as far as I can tell, is done through boost and possibly a slight compression decrease. I don't really see any mechanical differences in the cars. The turbos look the same, the intake manifolds look the same. The exhaust, though, from the catalytic converter back is different. So that's probably what this customer is after, a little bit more of an inch flare, trying to get maybe something like a Porsche Cayenne GTS, something along those lines. Man, that thing is quiet, like an appliance. Definitely not an AMG bird. So we've definitely got some room to improve. I know we can add some horsepower on the M276, and an engine that I've always kind of liked the higher end note of the engine, but it is a V6 and they have been notoriously tough for us. But let's get this thing off the dyno and take a look at the exhaust and see what we're gonna plan up. Exhaust on the GLE 400, and it is a bit different than the GLE 43, at least according to the pictures I've referenced and the catalog. Now, what I noticed right away is that this is kind of a gross chambered muffler, and it acts as a resonator in this case, and really there isn't much sound control other than the rear muffler and this pipe. Fairly free flowing, so I don't think there's much power to be had at this one, at least as far as stock power levels go. But because you have two pipes essentially dumping off into an open area, you run into issues, even though it's controlling sound, where once you start inducing more boost, more power through the same muffler, you end up with a little bit of area where the expansion can hinder flow and slow things down. Typically resonators, at least straight through ones, won't affect power very much until you start adding power. It's super easy with ECU tune and boost. You just crank it up, and that's where you can get power gains from replacing resonators. But I don't expect much in this system. However, the GLE does make more boost with the 43 AMG model. The mufflers are different, about 30 more horsepower, so I bet there's a tiny bit in there, as well as sound, you know, maybe 5 horsepower. We'll see when all said and done. This exhaust is really all over the place. This is crazy. This is 2.6 coming in here, 2.5 coming through here. Once we get out, we've got 3.5 here. Now we got this Y, which that's actually a decent looking Y as far as flow goes. But then it necks down to 2.25 on one side. And yes, this is oval a little bit, but 2.5. I mean, this thing is really kind of all over the place all the way back, which goes to show that a lot of times exhaust flow is an afterthought based on sound control and spacing constraints, but a bigger factor is the cost that goes into it. They're trying to aggregate that and get you something that does the job for the best profit margin. And that's usually why you see exhausts that aren't done well, which leaves us room for improvement. This thing is super quiet. This thing does a good job in conjunction with those turbos, but we're going to turn it up a little bit. And the secret back here is going to be doing something that we had a little bit of success on with the V12 BMW. I'll let Cody talk more about that, but I think we're going to try it again in a little bit different of a configuration. However, what I don't plan on doing, because I've had a lot of trouble with V6s, is I might leave the megaphones out of this build only because of what we're doing back here. I'm worried a megaphone up front with its volume inside of that megaphone could induce some sort of funky characteristics of the V6, the raspiness, that we might not be able to dial back before we start doing what we're doing up here. So we've got a lot to do. Cody's going to go over the plan, but this thing leaves us a fair bit of room for improvement. All right, Cody, you probably know me well enough by now, and I've got some things. We've talked a little bit about this, but what do you think that we're going to do with this exhaust?
Well, for starters, being a V6, I know we're going to go 2 into 1.
All right, you got that.
Ideally, we're going to put a megaphone in there somewhere, and then we're going to Y-pipe out, go to bed.
You've got it mostly, and you know, I'm gonna take a little inspiration from your suggestion on that V12. In actuality, I want to try something a little bit different. So you remember when you did the crossover X pipe? Even I always don't like using X pipes in the rear, but on the quiet mode, it actually sounded a little more exotic, although it wasn't quite loud enough, right?
Right.
I want to try that on this, but instead of it being the quiet, I want to go that X pipe being the loud side.
Oh, okay.
If that makes sense.
That makes sense, yeah.
So we got to fit all that back there, but my only thoughts are, because we're using the X pipe back there, I worry that there's just going to be too much going on, that we couldn't do something. The main reason I don't like using X pipes in the rear is because the further you get...
Trying to get people to sign a petition. We were trying to move 5,000 black people in the Vidor.
No, we don't want to sign up for safety living no here. What did you say? Take them out.
We're gonna prank America's most racist town, Vidor, Texas. For decades, Vidor was a downtown and home to the KKK.
This was considered a headquarters town for the Klan.
And today, there are still racist events in Vidor that help keep its terrible reputation alive, as thousands of posts online warn black people not to visit the town.
Do not go to Vidor, Texas.
The black know not to stop here in this town. I love it.
Despite this, the city claims they're not racist anymore.
We love everybody. We're not the same Vidor that people think we are. And I would say to the people that don't think that to be necessarily true, come visit our city. You'll see exactly who we are.
So that's exactly our plan. We're doing multiple tests in Vidor to see if it's actually racist, and ending with a prank on the entire town. But before going to Vidor, we stopped in the nearby city of Beaumont.
We're 10 minutes away from Vidor. We're going to ask some people here what Vidor's actually like.
You have any opinions on Vidor, Texas?
Oh, they racist.
Go to Vidor, man, after dark. You might not come back. They may happy and all that.
We have a sign to let the sun go down your ass.
Do you guys ever go to Vidor, hang out? You don't even stop and get food out there.
If you go to Vidor, they will kill you, literally.
Yeah, you don't need to go. We've learned a lot. I think it's time we go to Vidor.
We're spending 4 days undercover in Vidor, along with our friends Zopal, Almer, and Cameron, and will accidentally become the most hated people in town. To start this first prank,
Could end. Still to this day. 5,000 black people here. We're going to try to get 10 signatures. That's life-changing. Yeah, this could actually end racism.
and we're doing this fake.
This is a petition here. We're trying to move to the city. Okay. We're trying to move in 5,000 black people into Vidor. And we're also trying to get a George Floyd statue built. We're hoping to make this place kind of like the next Atlanta. So would you be interested in signing at all?
Sure. People are welcome without a petition. We're not racist over here.
What'd you get there?
Get what?
A smile. Boy, we're off to a pretty good start, actually. I think there's one point in this. One problem that we're having is all these stores are just completely...
Two big stores in Vidor, one of which is Walmart. However, Brady and myself from every Walmart in the world. So we sent Zopal and Almer inside to get signatures, but after getting a couple, things went very wrong.
It's just like free housing for like struggling like black people.
I'm not signing anything.
Are you sure you don't want to sign this?
No, I'm not signing it.
Okay.
This somehow got the cops.
Well, we're gonna get banned. Oh, Brady, get us out of here. We need an extra. It's the first day and the cops are already after us.
We slowly got more signatures, but it wasn't easy.
We're trying to get 5,000 black people to move into Vidor by 2027. Would you dance? Same here.
and you have no permission to take my picture, okay?
That's not a real camera. Just to be clear, like, if people sign this petition, that obviously doesn't mean they're racist. There's literally 10,000 people in this town. You know, why would they want to add 5,000 more? We're exaggerating these pranks, you know, just seeing how people react.
Okay, if they move in, but I'm not trying to.
Did we do this about 20 years ago?
I don't know what happened 20 years ago.
In 1994, Vidor tried moving in a few black families for the first time, but they were not welcomed and moved out shortly after.
I just want my suicide.
Petition? We were trying to move 5,000 black people in the Vidor.
No, we don't want to sign no paperwork saying you moving no in here.
What did you say?
We don't do that.
Why not?
They don't allow it.
We're trying to move in 5,000 black people in the Vidor if you guys would be interested. Why not?
I just ain't interested. Sign no damn petition.
We spent like 50 black-owned businesses to open up here, so it'd be great for the economy.
They have their black community.
And you guys have yours.
Yeah, we have ours.
Shit, you got.
Well, I'm black.
I don't care if you yell at me.
Why you come to Powder, Texas trying to move in people?
Because it's like a primarily white town.
Yeah, it's fully white. And we're proud of it. I mean, you go back, whatever.
You need help starting your car? We have a mechanic.
No, I am a mechanic.
That's a mechanic. He can help with the car. I can help.
I'm a mechanic too. I don't need no help.
I'm a black mechanic though.
I'm a white mechanic though.
Sir, I think you might need gas. Because our Black Lives Matter mobile, it always breaks down.
I'm joking right there. I'm not in no good mood, man.
Oh, you're not?
Black, white, man, you don't cut it with me, dog. Come around.
Oh, you're sorry. We'll just head back to the Black Lives Matter mobile.
Here, y'all back to where can't get people killed around here.
Alright.
Go back where y'all come from.
Google Workspace with Gemini offers AI that generates high-quality images in a variety of styles, so you can spice up proposals, make logos, and enrich your content. Bring your imagination to life in slides, docs, and more. That's Google Workspace with Gemini.
Yo, Raul, what's up, man? You got something on your mind? How you doing? Michael, what's going on? Holla at your boy. I was just seeing this. You know, I'll be driving. Sometimes I don't be looking at the chat. Holla at me. What you got to say?
Okay. We were about to leave. So me and Zobel was in the car, and it was just them, and then Zobel came out of the end. I was literally waiting. I was like, that was insane.
After our first of many racist encounters, we spent the next hour getting signatures until we finally had 10.
I'm kind of surprised that we had 10 people sign this. They're willing to create change and wanting to create change, and that's good.
The Unity Project will return later when we try selling bulk items at a local flea market and also prank the entire town. But for now, we want to go more undercover and talk to locals without an obvious camera or wearing BLM shirts.
It's about nighttime. Confederate flag? Oh yeah! I want to move to Vidor. I saw someplace that said Vidor, Texas. It's the most racist town in America.
Vidor, Texas. They don't want nothing to do with the black. They gotta get out.
Is it the most racist town?
Yeah, they don't want that at all. I love it.
Like, what if they did, like, move in? What would happen?
Could the government stop it?
The cops will get more. The black know not to stop here. I go to the store and leave my car open. I'm not gonna get robbed. So I'm like, yeah, you don't have an attitude, bro. You know, the black people have an attitude.
Obviously, we're just playing characters in this video, so people will open up to us, and it definitely worked.
Boma is ridden by thugs.
Oh yeah. They're not allowed here in Vidor. In Louisiana, they call them teen.
They call them what? What does that stand for? Do you have any Confederate caps? Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, you got the Mega one. Yeah, I got this one.
Really? Okay, yeah, perfect. Oh, hell yeah. Let's get a picture. You want to be in it? 60 for these two? Thank you. We are both from a small country town. Very white areas. I've never seen anybody selling Confederate flags on the side of the road.
To be fair, this lady doesn't speak for everyone in Vidor. It would be impossible to talk to all 10,000 residents. However, we did have a plan to test the entire town. We bought multiple billboards around Vidor that all say Vidor loves black people. We could act like there's a deep message behind these billboards, but in reality, we just want to piss off the people here who actually are racist. On our final day in Vidor, we plan to post pictures of these billboards in local Facebook groups to see how the town reacts. Since the billboards are up for multiple
people treat an outsider. They may not say anything racist to our faces, so Owen's gonna talk to them afterwards and see what they actually think.
Me and Amr look pretty country. As soon as we walked in the store, our filmer Cameron got kicked out for having it around us. Talked to the first person we could.
Excuse me.
You guys need to go back to where you came from. Now that Brady and Zobel walked away, let's see what this guy thinks about them. What the hell was that?
No, what do we expect to get anything?
Did they come up to you?
Yeah.
I told them to go back to where they came from. We don't want to have
Don't tell all about that. Go back, man, back to wherever you go. Tell them to go prove themselves.
Hey, have a good one, sir.
Hey. You got stolen money.
Shortly after,
He whispered to me as we were walking away saying, it's good to hang one of them every now and then.
there's no
He whispered it, so hopefully he caught it on my mic.
No, it wasn't. It's worth noting this was literally the only person we were able to try this on.
We had a ton of stuff planned to be like foreigners. I mean, that was like the main grocery store in this town. I thought we were going to do 10 pranks in there, so I had 10 people, but this is literally a one-road town with only a few stores, and we basically ran through all of them.
Luckily for Vidor, we still have other tests to do, but for now, we want to explore the town to see if it's as bad as viral videos claim.
I saw a doll of a black man wrapped in a Confederate flag hanging from a tree by its neck. That's the type of stuff I saw in Vidor, Texas.
If you asked AI to generate what does the most racist town in America look like, it would literally be this.
Hi, buddy. Bark if you're racist. Bro, we're like 2 minutes away from like downtown where all the stores and stuff. This is sad. All these yards are covered with trash. Why are we even turning up the main road? Whoa. What the hell? What is that? This is illegal to look at.
Like any town, there's areas that don't look very appealing, but that doesn't mean Vidor is racist. Although some of the things we saw definitely don't help their... While driving around, we found a local food stand where we eat snacks to sell at our woke store the next.
How you doing? Levi Wade, nice to meet you.
You like green olives or black?
I don't like many black.
Okay.
Want restaurant quality meals that actually support your wellness goals? Factors got to help.
Damn, I'm best baby. I belong to the KKK.
Oh, really?
I'm best baby. I knew some people that did.
I tried to join.
Well, that's good. Ain't nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
It kills me. The TV, everything black, man. Black history. That'd be 35 for now.
35?
He said that he knew people who were in the KKK.
Should I eat this? This is pineapple bread.
It's 5 big boom.
After enjoying the sunset in a former sundown town, it was day 3 when we accidentally became the most famous people in Vidor. To start, we set up a BLM store at the Vidor Flea Market. We have a ton of ridiculous woke items for sale.
Our goal is to sell just one item, but we might get kicked out before we even have the chance.
Let's see how accepting the woke business.
We're called Unity Project. We got some good deals if you're interested. See anything you like? I feel impressed. We got Black Lives Matter gear, some LGBTQ, gay pride, trans pride, polysexual pride, pan pride. Yeah, I ain't in all that stuff. Oh, got some good pictures over here. This one of Obama, that's $75. George Floyd. I'm jealous. See, there's so many people at this other store.
All the businesses have shops inside these buildings, but if you just rent a booth like us, it's under this pavilion.
How's it going? Yeah. We've not sold anything. Oh yeah, we're getting some looks. I think everyone around is just like, you don't have this right now.
It probably doesn't help. We also dyed my hair purple to seem more legit.
Oh my god. Would you like a complimentary sticker? This is gay pride.
No, it's not bad, man. I've tried to notice that U.S. Constitution applies to every American. That includes people that are different.
Yeah, thank you for your service.
Well, I thought my country was working, but lately I've started to question.
Oh, have a good one. He said the universe wish he wasn't worth it anymore. Yeah, I know. You see anything you like? All right.
We're trying to sell printed out pictures for insane prices, so obviously if no one buys anything, that doesn't make them racist. We just wanted to see how people would treat us.
If you see anything you like, just let us know.
Not into that.
What does that mean?
Not into the gay stuff, the Black Matter, and all that.
Why not? Come on. Did they?
Yeah, I said, and I was kind of glad.
They grabbed him?
Yeah, they did. That would have got me a lot of trouble.
They grabbed you? Are you serious?
You better get your ass with some kind of really hard thing.
Oh, you told me.
They're saying that you guys tried to grab that one guy.
What?
They're literally talking about you guys.
We have it all on video. That's not happening at all. Like, we did not even get close to it.
They were masked to them until their claims. They just weren't going to get it. Yeah. Do they know where they're at? They violated Texas. This was a home Ku Klux Klan.
Are you serious?
Yeah. This city is a butt of jokes in the area. But the funny thing is, it's real nice to come to town like this. It's for free. You go into Walmart, you don't hear a bunch of yelling and screaming.
Yeah.
It's not like going to a third world country. There ain't nobody going to go up there and say nothing. They ain't going to sell none here. Nobody tells anybody to leave town after it used to be.
You need to go back wherever you come from. We've been sitting here for a couple hours and we've made no sales.
The flea market was about to close, so we packed up and left.
Well, it's okay because now we are going to prank the entire town of Vidor.
We planned to post the billboards in the local Facebook groups the following day, but things don't always go as expected.
We just came back from film. I open up Facebook. First thing I see is somebody that posted the billboard in a Vidor group too. People are saying, "Dear Lord, I hope this is just a joke.
Stop this crap.
No way, you gotta be joking." That's a lot of watching the KKK have rallies and the price of the war. This is blowing up. We're literally blowing up this post.
The billboard was being posted hundreds of times with thousands of shares and comments. Some big deal to say Vidor loves black people.
Billboard, then you know damn well it ain't true. We are actually pranking the entire town.
We had to include the Unity Project on the billboard for legal reasons, which created a town-wide search to figure out who we are. People began connecting the dots to other things we had done in town. There was even a post claiming we pushed the camera in this man's face while getting petition signatures, which clearly didn't happen at all. Regardless, the billboards had the entire city of Vidor in shambles, and we had become the most hated people in town.
I don't even know if we can go back to Vidor. What do we do now?
On our final day in Vidor, we had our scariest interaction yet. We went to visit the billboards we bought with hopes of interviewing a local who came to see it.
We're about to see the billboard. Oh, it's still up. Dude, that's like huge. We're right beside like a giant interstate.
A ton of cars were actually stopping to take pictures.
You see that? This is going to make waves in Vidor forever. It's already causing a huge scene on Facebook. Like, this thing is the most viral thing this town has ever seen. We're about to go check out another location that we placed a billboard. This is the billboard right above a barbecue spot. If this doesn't end racism in Vidor, then I don't know what will. Vidor was too small of a town to have any digital billboards that we could buy, but we got billboards in the two nearest towns. While you're getting B-roll, I'm gonna go to this gas station, find a whole packet to make out. So should we just make out if he's gonna...
While Brady was doing some questionable things, a truck pulled up on us, searching for the people responsible for the billboards.
Welcome to Off the Grid. An entire island outside any searching for the people responsible for the billboards.
We're getting pictures of it, running a little article on it.
Oh, sorry about that.
Sorry.
Trust me, don't want to put me on video. I could have a whole organization out here in Bali.
Wait, what? Or you...
I'm telling you right now, don't put me on.
Oh, no, you're fine.
I don't think he does. The lady put it on her sleeve and showed a tattoo, and I think it may have said KKK. I'm not for sure. It was like a triangle or some type of pyramid.
We're from Vidor.
Yeah.
I just couldn't believe this land was here for a town. I was here in Lubbock where the Black Panthers come to this town. They got some big boys and black boys.
Yeah.
The KKK was coming in the other way. They was coming in a riot. There were some people in Vidor asking people to sign petitions and they had video cameras.
It's like a real organization?
They're not an organization. We're looking here. I'm gonna be honest with you. Vidor is not a racist town. I know you're a bunch of cockroaches over there.
Yeah.
Have a good one, guys. Oh my god, man. Get the hell out of here.
In the moment, we all thought she flashed us a tattoo of some sort of hate. It does look oddly similar to pictures online, but we only saw it for half a second and don't have a good picture of it, so there's really no way of knowing.
Vidor is hot.
After this, we fled back to our Airbnb and got hit with some devastating news.
Billboard's got faded now. Actually?
Yeah. Well, I'm a little bit confused.
No negative attitude symptom. Doesn't even really matter though.
After flying home the next day, the pictures kept going viral. The billboard sparked a conversation bigger than we ever imagined, and one that is probably far from over. We exaggerated these pranks so locals would open up to us. But like any town, there are good and bad people. Is it a coincidence that we met the people we did, or is this a normal thing in Vidor?
That's for you to decide. It would be a lie to claim there's no racism in the town, but we can't speak for what everyone's experience would be like. You'd have to go visit Vidor yourself and find out. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, you're kind of yapping right now. Yeah, you're right. We got other videos to make, you know, we can't be... Less than 1% of Marines will ever have the honor of wearing this rank on their collar. Some active duty and vets don't even know that this job exists. I'm talking about the 0306 Infantry Weapons Officer, commonly referred to as the Gunner. These are experts in the tactical employment of all the infantry weapons in the United States Marine Corps arsenal. Simply put, if the infantry uses the weapon, gunners know it inside and out and how to deploy it effectively. But why is this job so rare, and what is their purpose other than being obsessed with weapons the same way that some people are obsessed with trains? Becoming a Marine Gunner is hard. The odds of becoming one are less than 1 in 10. To be considered a Marine must already be a qualified infantry Marine, with an MOS like an 0311, 31, 41, 51, or 52. Marine Corps gunners also face stricter requirements than other warrant officer candidates. Applicants must have at least 16 years of service and hold the rank of gunnery sergeant or other warrant officers, instead of being appointed directly as Chief Warrant Officer 2s and can advance to Seawell 5. They are the only officers with the right to wear the bursting bomb insignia. The title Gunner is used in place of rank.
I am not sir. Sir, you stand for useless people.
Now, once commissioned, what exactly do? Gunners combine technical weapons expertise with decades of infantry field experience, overseeing weapons training standards, tactical employment maintenance of infantry weapons, ammunition management, training plans, and fire support integration. They may also contribute to research, testing, and acquisition of new weapon systems. In combat, gunners serve as forward advisors. They move ahead with the fight, track the battle, and report directly to commanders as their directed telescope on the battlefield. So gunners continue to join the fight. These guys dream of combat effectiveness, new ways to win.
Just to be clear, don't do this with your U.S. Marine Corps issued rifle. I don't recommend it. You might get in some trouble. But this rifle is not a U.S. Marine Corps issued rifle. So we're going to cook some bacon, just to show you how hot your suppression can get. And I'm hungry.
They play a role in shaping the Marine Corps marksmanship program and infantry doctrine. They support new equipment training, weapons testing, research and development, and foreign weapons instruction. Now, I saw one of these death unicorns in the wild while deployed to Iraq. This gunner came by and grabbed a bunch of us and wanted to test on the in which his ACOG was shot by enemy fire. Apparently, he rapidly grabbed a spare from his backpack, put it on, zeroed this thing against the wall, and then rejoined the fight. All of this while taking enemy fire. This guy was a gunner when he was in that firefight. He was not a junior Marine, he was not a younger man at the time. Gunners love combat effectiveness.
You gotta be willing to deploy, you gotta be willing to fight. Again and again and again.
And he wanted to make sure that we were as proficient with zeroing our weapons on the fly as he was, so he could sleep better at night, knowing that some baby Marines were made a little bit more lethal than they were before. Now, if you ever see one of these bursting bombs in the wild, I implore you to stop, take a photo, get an autograph, and pick their brain. These are some of the most lethally minded teachers that the Marine Corps has to offer.
Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. Joining us.
I'm going to show you an ancient Chinese method of divination. Perhaps you know that divination is really a kind of fortune telling. But this particular kind of divination is based on what some people believe to be the very oldest of all the Chinese classics, the Book of Changes. I say divination is something like fortune telling but it's a little bit more highbrow or what it does. One wouldn't like to ask so hoary a book of wisdom king what to bet on the stock market. Rather one asks questions about one's spiritual, psychological state or very great mental position of life. The very old and orthodox way of consulting the book of king is to use the stalks of the yarrow month. A number of stalks are taken by the random, so calculations are made. This is a rather long and elaborate way of doing it, and a not so ancient but equally respectable way is to use Chinese coins. You know, the kind of coins that have a hole in the middle so that you can carry them on a string around your neck. So if I were to ask the book of changes, what is the best thing to meet my present state? That is the sort of question that would be appropriate on a subject like this. So we take the coins. And according to the way they fall into a thing, we get a positive or a negative reading. In this particular case, we get a negative reading. The symbol which records the negative reading being the drawing of broken line. That line is called a yin or negative line. We do it again. And this time the reading is again negative. And we record it. We shake them again. This time the reading is positive. We record that by an unbroken line or a yang line. Y-A-N-G representing the positive principle. Again, and once more the line is negative. That line is called cadence. What is the best thing to be in my present state? That is the sort of question that would be appropriate on a subject like this. So we take the coins and we shake them. And according to the way they fall into our table, we get a positive or a negative reading. In this particular case, we get a negative reading. The symbol which records the negative reading being the drawing of a broken line. That line is called a yin or negative line. We do it again. And this time the reading is again negative. And we record it. We shake them again. This time the reading is positive. We record that by an unbroken line or a yang line. Y-A-N-G representing the positive principle. Again, and once more the line is negative. Again, and the line is once more negative. And then the final sixth time, and the line is positive. And so we get this figure. And in order to know what it means, we have to take a look at a very, very ancient diagram, which may be familiar. Perhaps you've seen this diagram on Chinese bowls, or jewelry sometimes, or carving jade. This is called Pargua, or the 8 trigrams. In the center of the design, you see this figure, which may be familiar to some of you as the trademark of the Northern Pacific Railway, but actually its meaning in China is the symbol of these two fundamental principles, the negative and the positive, the yang and the yin, which are held to lie at the root of all phenomena in the world. The word yang, which is represented by this comma or fish in white, means the south or bright side of a mountain. And yin, Y-I-N,
If you're hearing these words, it's not a coincidence. Something powerful is moving in the invisible, and it's calling out to you. Since the day you were born, a guardian angel has been watching over you. He's seen your struggles, your regrets, your silent prayers. He knows.
Means the shady or dark side of a mountain. And thus, respectively, they are called the male and the female principles. Now, you obviously notice that with the symbolism of the light and dark side of the mountain, that you can't have a mountain with only one side. The two sides always go together. So in the same way, the Chinese feel that the positive and the negative, the light and the dark, the male and the female, the auspicious and the inauspicious, always go together in life because one cannot be distinguished without the other. In the second chapter of his book, the old philosopher Lao Tzu, whom I've mentioned many times in the program, says, when all the world recognizes beauty to be beauty, there is already ugliness. When all the world recognizes good to be good, there is already evil. Thus, to be and not to be arise mutually. And you can say that to be is the principle yang, and not to be the principle yin, respectively positive and negative. And now outside the rotating figure of the positive and negative principles, you will find 8 trigrams. Trigrams meaning symbols of 3 lines. And here you will see the broken and the unbroken lines, such as I drew when I was consulting the broken, the yin lines, and the unbroken, the yang positive lines. And these trigrams present fundamental which, according to this book of changes, are involved in every life situation. For example, the one at the top means heaven or sky, the one below means earth. This is the father, this is the mother. Over this side, for example, this one means fire, and over here, that one means water. And as you can see, we derived 2 of these trigrams. The point of the oracle being that every situation in life is a combination of 2 of these principles in components. And the ones that we have here is this one, the meaning Christ. And this one has the meaning of a mountain. A mountain over a mountain. Now there are 64 possible combinations of these trigrams, which makes the meaning of each combination pretty difficult to remember. So we better go and look at the Book of Changes itself and see what it has to say about the particular one. Advice, the oracle, my question about my present situation happens to be, let's see, that's number 52. The figure of the mountain, of course, it has a symbol. It means the idea of quietness or keeping still. And so when we have keeping still, quietness about quietness, we get a whole emblem whose meaning is profound. So the oracle says, keeping still. Keeping back still so that he cannot confuse his body. He goes into his courtyard and does not see nobody. Mountains standing close together. The image of keeping still. Thus the superior man does not permit his thoughts to go beyond the situation. The heart thinks constantly. This cannot be changed. But the movements of the heart, that is, a man's thoughts, should restrict themselves to the immediate situation. All thinking goes beyond this only makes the heart sore. Now you can see that that's pretty generalized advice. And it's appropriate to wait for question or the person to say it's not today. But the symbol of this answer is simple. That sitting so as to keep one's back still so that one's back is not hurt is self-forgetfulness. And keeping one's thoughts to the immediate situation means the practice of meditation or calm, quiet. That's what I'm trying to do. Good advice. Now you may say, well, this is a thoroughly crazy way of coming to these things, especially if I were to ask something more specific, find out advice on some momentous decision I have. We would naturally say from our modern science, the flipping point.
When your kid is hurting and there's nothing you can do about it, that's the worst feeling in the world.
Flipping point. To come to the great decision of life is the stupidest thing possible. After all, it neglects all rational consideration about our situation. We would say, well, it takes no account of data. It makes no intelligent assessment of the probabilities. And we, before we make any important decision, we think over all the factors involved. We balance the pros against the cons. We balance assets against deficits and so on. We go into the situation and think it out loud. And therefore, what could be more superstitious than relying upon some oracle that has entirely to do with the purely chance-forming coin and has no relation to the problem? That's our contemporary point of view about all methods of fortune and so on and so forth. But now look, someone who believes in this system, an old-fashioned scientist, might say to us, but listen, first of all, when you estimate data, when you consider the facts that are involved, how do you know exactly what facts are involved? After all, you're going to sign a contract. And the facts you think about are relevant to the contract are the state of your earth, the state of the other fellows, the prospects, the market, and so on and so forth. But something which you may never have considered at all may enter into the situation and change it utterly. The man with whom you're going to make the contract may slip off the mountain, and so hurt his head and become efficient. How would anyone ever think of such an eventuality in taking the same rational view? Or, she might say to us, how do you know that you've got enough data? After all, the data, the cause, the problem involved, are and as a matter of fact, you stop getting these data, stop getting information on how to solve the problem, either when you're tired of it, or when the time comes to act and you have the time to collect new of it. And he would say that is just as irrational as flipping points, because you decide when to stop investigating in a very hard way. So are you really very much more than us? Well, we would say, what about probability? After all, we rely a great deal on statistics in order to make this thing. And he would say again, answer, yes, statistics are all very well when you want to know what a lot of people are going to do. For example, if you flip a coin, you know that if you flip a coin 100 times, there is going to be quite a probability that you will toss half of the time here, half of the time there. Tosses, and you will get nearer to the exact half. But each individual toss, the chance is 50-50 whether it will be heads or tails. In other words, you may have tossed 999 times, and you may have had 400 tail tosses. You may have had the rest heads tosses. So the probability will be of the 1,000 that it will go to tails, the because that has the lesser number of particles. But actually, your chance of coming up heads or tails at that particular moment is, again, 50-50. And the probability really tells you nothing. And so in the same way, the actuarial statements of insurance companies, they will say the average lifespan of an adult male is 5 years. But on any individual case, they will not when I and so our Chinese critic might say, well, so it seems, I myself am of a somewhat skeptical, and I doubt, in fact, whether this way of coming to decision really, or does it this way prove whether anything can come to decision really works. I mean, I may make a foolish decision, and I call it foolish because as a result of it I get killed. But there's absolutely no way of showing that my getting killed at that moment didn't preserve me from a worse state, from making mistakes that involved the lives of many others. If I so-called succeed by making the right decision, and I earn $40, there's no way of showing this isn't so bad for my character, it's worth the profit. So we never really know whether the outcome of the decision was success, not in the long run, because only the unknown what comes next will show good or bad, and the unknown stresses
Anti-gun groups are racing to kill this. Here's how to lock it in first. National concealed carry reciprocity is here, meaning that if you got yourself
the unknown stresses. But it seems the purpose of this, those trigrams actually, to use these for classifying all natural phenomena that in the course of time became very rigid, and it excluded the perception of it. Now the warning, the advantage of it, is the same thing. There are certain kinds of personalities who some of which within their scientific kind and simply automatically exclude certain possibilities of potential scientific development. Take, for example, what we call ESP, or extrasensitive perception. I rather call it extraordinary sensory perception. Still, there is good reason to believe that there is extremely strong evidence time ago. And yet many scientific people will ignore that evidence because they say things like that can't happen. And that is to fall into the same rut that the Chinese government, when they decide too meticulously on the classification of the world and events found in the chain. But there's a positive side to it. For this book of change is founded on a view of life, which is very significant to us, which is called the certain points of view that now develop in our society. A way of life, a way of looking at life, which sees not so much the causal relationship between events as the pattern of events. Let me try and show that difference. When we think of causality, we think chiefly of the way events are determined by their past. It's as if events are we try to find out back. And until quite recent times, the whole view of Western science was based on the idea of causality. How things are influenced by past events. But the point of view that underlies the book changes. The Chinese never really applied it to science. They applied it rather to their art and perhaps their philosophy. The point of view here, it is established by relation to their present capital. And in other words, it comprehends them by taking total instead of what we might call linear. If, for example, we can find a suitable analogy for the Western way of looking at things, we might say it is understanding events in accordance with the order of words. For example, I can say, this dog has no bark, and then this tree has no bark. Now the meaning of bark in these two sentences is determined by what went before them. I make sound before I say the sound bark. Before I say bark, I say this dog has no. Now if I want to know what bark means, I have to go back to what happened in the past. But if you take the order not of words, but what I would rather call the order of design, we get a rather different situation. Supposing I draw two small circles. And these correspond to the two words bark. They're both the same. But now, supposing a design arises around those two circles. And then at once we see that in their context, those two original circles have quite different meanings. But you see their relationship to their meaning all at once. I mean, imagine supposing these designs had not been drawn by a brush, line after line after line, but had appeared all together at once as you see the image appear when you're developing a photographic plate. Then you would see that the meaning of each part of the design is relative to the rest of it as you see it now at this moment. And so in the same way, the fundamental philosophy of the Book of Changes and of the Chinese idea of the relationship between events is to understand every event in its present context. Not understanding it so much as we do by what went before it, but rather understanding in terms of what goes with it. Thus the idea of the Book of Changes is to reveal through its symbols the total pattern of the moment when the question is asked, on the supposition that the pattern of this moment governs even the tossing of the coins. Now then, the interesting comparison that arises out is that because we in the West have tended to understand events in accordance with the order of words, in accordance with the order of causality, we have on faith and based on law. In other words, when we ask for the explanation of any natural phenomenon, we look for that explanation in words, in formulation that will describe it law. On the other, the Chinese have not evolved the idea of a law of nature, but something quite different, but equally valid, equally useful. There is indeed a word in Chinese for law, in very much our sense of law. It's a rather interesting word, because as it was originally written, it was a picture like this.
Are you looking to establish your business using an address other than your home? Wish you had a professional business.
That's a picture of an iron pole, and beside it, a figure holding a knife. This is the Chinese word for law, T-S-E, which most corresponds to our idea of law. And the reason for this simple is that in ancient times, some of the old emperors commanded the laws to be written on the iron sacrificial cauldrons. And when the people came to offer sacrifice and put their offerings into the cauldrons, they could read the laws written on the cauldrons. But at the time when those ancient emperors ordered the laws to be written in this way, there were certain sages and scholars who said, no, you shouldn't write the laws down. Because if you write the laws down, the people will develop a litigious spirit. That is to say, they will start quibbling. And therefore, the property of the order of nature is sometimes called in Chinese not this, the expression wu zhe, wu meaning not, wu zhe is used, meaning apparently lawless. But it doesn't really mean lawless. For example, if we go for a moment to Chinese ideas of civil law, a good judge does not base his decision on this kind of law, written down, because he knows that no written law can apply to all the complex multiplicity of may arise. And so he bases his decisions on what the Chinese call not law, but this word is pronounced E, I. And justice in this sense corresponds rather to our idea of that is embodied in the human individual, whether a certain decision is. And so we come thus to a conception of the order that is one of the most important words in the Chinese language. The marking J, the grain in wood, or the fiber in muscle, and it's pronounced V, is a character there, meaning really the basic fundamental pattern of things. But such an image is used as the markings in jade on the grain of wood, because this is an extremely complex pattern. Of events all happening together at once, which has to be taken in at a glance, in the same way that we take design at a glance, understood at a glance, and therefore is not capable of formulation of ordinary words. And so, Li, meaning perhaps organic pattern, is the fundamental Chinese idea of the order of nature. In other words, when we think of beauty, we know very clearly what is beautiful. But it's absolutely impossible to write down a set of laws and rules as to how one would create beauty. In mathematics, for example, mathematicians often see that certain equations, certain expressions are peculiar to beauty. And mathematicians, because they're meticulous people, try to think out exactly why beauty. Could we make a rule for beauty? And yet they come to the conclusion that if we could make up a rule and apply it to mathematics, and almost by the use of this rule get a beautiful result, eventually those results would cease to impress us as being true. They would become sterile rather. So in the same way, the order of nature, the order of justice, the order of beauty are things which we can know in our. We cannot black and white. And therefore, the superior man is one who has the sensibility of these things himself.
December 14, 2024, Travis Hunter would go on to win the highest trophy of
first player since Charles Woodson to play both offense and defense and win the award in a dominating fashion. And this should have ended Travis Hunter's career on a high note. Those who know about Bloody December last year understand that it was everything but that for Travis Hunter. Not only did people believe that Ashton Genty of Boise State should have won the Heisman Trophy, but also there were some criticisms of Leanna Lene. Before that, Leanna Lene had an issue at the Oklahoma State game where basically she was being kind of rude to Travis Hunter after the game and being trying to talk to her. But then December receipts dropped. There was evidence shown that Leanna Lene was not being faithful to Travis Hunter throughout the course of their relationship. This is after she admitted that Travis Hunter was very tight. He would stay out in the car while she would go in and drink and have fun with her friends. And just all other stuff. We found out that she was with a rapper. We saw her twerking on other guys. We saw guys grabbing her butt. We saw her spending the night with dudes, getting up and cleaning. We seen all kind of Instagram DM messages with her flirting with guys. Everything was going wrong. And it was enough evidence for any guy to break up with a girlfriend that had this past. Almost 99% of men would have done so. Did Travis Hunter do that? Travis Hunter doubled down, went on to the extreme, and pretty much called everybody out for disrespecting his girl. Not only did he do that, he also joined Leanna Lene in removing his social media for a while. And she did also know.
He died as soon as he began to speak. Soon after, the CIA took his research, and years later revealed only fragments. But what I found is far more rare. His wife preserved the original notes, releasing them in a material almost no one has ever seen. In the 1970s, fragments of Itzhak Bentov's research began surfacing in declassified CIA files. What the public saw were only broken pieces, mysterious, incomplete. Shortly after he began sharing his discoveries, Bentov died in what many still call a strange accident. Some believe his work was quietly taken, copied, and buried. But decades later, hidden deep and almost forgotten, I found a rare material his wife released, an attempt to finish the work he started. Work that, if true, could have changed the way we see reality itself.
Here is our reality, and here is the other reality, which without abandon. We can be conscious on that level simultaneously with this level, so that we can actually have the benefit of both, and we can explore that reality and bring back the information, and this is in fact what benefit. And the information that I will be talking about from now on was received in those states.
And when you hear Murtala describe his work, it clicks at the instant because this wasn't mysticism scattered in the wind.
See this house in Texas? Let me show you how I invested into it with just a few $100s. I did it using something called
mysticism scattered in the wind. It was a system, a framework, almost like Bentov had traced the hidden architecture beneath everything we call real. And seeing those blueprints, you begin to understand why intelligence agencies were paying attention. Before his tragic death in 1979, Itzhak Bentov had already begun building something extraordinary. He wasn't content with meditation as a personal practice or science as a cold experiment. So, he made a map, a framework that explained why consciousness feels bigger than the body, why humans seem to evolve beyond survival, and why reality itself sometimes behaves like an illusion. He was convinced we weren't just bodies walking around, and there's a pattern that repeats itself whether you look at the nervous system or the entire universe. And after stepping into that map, you won't see reality the same way as before.
The nervous system is the thing that is evolving, and the nervous system is supported by skeletal bones and muscles, etc., etc. The nervous system is that thing that gives us the picture of our reality. That is our reality. It's that reality that you see all around you. The flowers and the chairs and the microphones and the teacup is given to us by our senses. We don't see light which is beyond UV and beyond infrared. We hear only a limited scale of vibration, like we hear anywhere from 52 to 20,000 maximum. In other words, all our senses are limited. So, for these limited senses, we naturally are seeing through very narrow kind of tube or very narrow slit in the total reality there is. Now, as you're revolving, what happens is that slit opens up more and more and more. So you see more and more of that reality, and we assume that we see different realities. They're not very different realities, but rather a very extended, broad view of one very much reality.
But here's the catch. You can't already exist on all these levels. You just can't see them. According to Bentov, nature is pulling us upward, whether we realize it or not. Evolution isn't done. It's carrying us from isolated humans into something far greater. And that's just the beginning, because Bentov believed the nervous system itself wasn't just showing us reality, it was hiding most of it. Think about your brain and senses for a second. You see colors, hear sounds, touch surfaces. But what if that's only a sliver of what's really out there? Bentov believed the nervous system works like a radio receiver. It only tunes into certain frequencies. Right now, we're stuck on one channel. Evolution, he said, is simply the process of winding the dial. And in the 1970s, people into a device called the ballistocardiograph. In the body. During the heartbeat, the breath, even tiny body movements all locked into rhythm, about 7 cycles per second. That's the same frequency as Earth's natural heartbeat, the Schumann resonance. In that state, the body itself becomes an antenna, resonating not just with itself, but with the planet. Here's how his wife Murtala explained it.
As an engineer, he looked at the body in terms of vibrating systems or oscillators. And in this case, there are 5. The heart system, the brain itself, a cavity in the brain which is filled with fluid, the ventricle, and then the brain itself, the sensory cortex, and then all this results in an electromagnetic field around the head. So as the heart pumps blood through the aorta, it hits the bifurcation into the legs, and a certain plane is reflected up. The next and it creates a disruption in the body. When the harmonious 7 Hertz vibration is set up, it seems that the heart and the lungs begin to talk to each other, and they begin to work in harmony, so that a pulse comes down and waits for the reflection to come up, and they both go up together, and then the next pulse comes down, and there is no clash occurring anymore, and the body goes into resonance, triggering the next oscillator, which is the brain. And looking at the head, again from a point of view of engineering, it's a rigid box resting on a resilient column, which is the spine. What happens is, as the body goes up and down, the skull is vibrated, and the brain, which is a gel-like substance, is floating in a fluid, the cerebrospinal fluid, so that each time the body goes up, it's hitting the skull and then goes down, and so up and down it goes, and it creates a plane wave within the brain.
Here's something most drivers don't know. The older your car, the cheaper your insurance should be. If your vehicle was made before 2022, you could qualify for full coverage at a steep discount, sometimes as much as 81% off. And if your car's worth less than $100,000, your monthly premium could drop below $30 flat. Credit score and location doesn't matter.
And then goes down, and so up and down it goes, and it creates a plane wave within the brain. The magnetic, which is this field right here eventually. So this is the second oscillator which triggers the third. This is the fluid-filled cavity in the brain called ventricle. And due to this regular vibration of 7 cycles, or 7 hertz per second, a standing wave is created, is established in the ventricle, which again creates a very harmonious frequency. And this in turn triggers the sensory cortex. This is a cross-section of the brain. And this is a cross-section of the third ventricle filled with fluid. On top of the third ventricle is a drum-like surface with a crossing it, which connects the right and left brain hemispheres. And this is very important because as the fluid vibrates harmoniously, it activates this nerve fiber, and it harmonizes the two brain hemispheres. And we know that consciousness opens up when the synchronization of the functioning of the two hemispheres occurs. And then a certain current is established in the sensory cortex in the lobe of the brain. And as I said before, all this results in an electromagnetic field around the head, so that the head actually becomes an antenna capable of sending out and receiving information.
But that raises the real question. If the nervous system is a radio receiver, then what else are we not tuning into? And that into his most unsettling idea yet. Bentov said reality itself flickers. It's not continuous. It's like frames of a film reel switching on and off so fast we think it's solid, but it isn't. According to him, everything you see around you, your body, this room, even time itself, is more like a holographic projection. And even other scientists were circling the same idea. In 1971, Carl Hyrum at Stanford proposed the holographic brain theory, saying memory isn't stored in one place, but across the whole brain, like a hologram. In 1980, physicist David Bohm doubled down in wholeness in the implicate order, suggesting the universe itself might be one giant hologram. If reality really is a hologram, then ask yourself, who are you? To Bentov, you're not just a single person moving through life. You're a fragment of a much bigger mind. Every thought you've ever had, every choice you've ever made, doesn't just stay with you. It ripples outwards across the entire field. Which means you're never alone inside your head. You're already entangled in the mind of the universe.
We are dealing with two realities. One is this physical, solid reality that we get blue and black marks from, as he said, when we bump into it. But the information about it is given us by our senses. So that is our subjective reality. And so the two really are giving us the totality of our environment. So what is the objective physical reality? And let us look at the atom. If we magnify the atom and zero in on the electron, and now we think now we will get the answer to what physical matter is. But if we analyze the electromagnetic field, there's no physical matter as such. So we think, well, maybe the nucleus will give us the answer. And we zero in on the nucleus, and we find that it too is only an electromagnetic oscillating field in the void, because between the nucleus and the electron and outside of them, there is nothing but void. Ben drew an analogy between the electron and the pendulum by looking at the cross-section, as it were, of the atom and comparing it to reciprocal motion. In other words, we see the electron now on this side, now on the other side of the nucleus, which would be the pendulum motion. So what happens in the pendulum? It stops, it moves, stops, and moves again. In other words, it's action and rest, action and rest. If you took an actual pendulum and would swing it and attach a pen to it, and you would draw a piece of paper under it, like this, it would describe a sine wave. Here the pendulum moved and stopped, moved and stopped. And reality really are the spaces between the points of rest. We perceive reality when there is motion. And reality is really nothing but oscillating fields in the void. And the reason I can touch this screen and I don't go through the floor is because my atoms, or the electrons of my atoms, are actually repelling the electrons of the floor. But if I would speed up my vibration, then I could very well go through the floor.
According to Bentov, the universe flickers like a hologram, and we're only here part of the time. So the question is, where are we the rest of the time? In a hologram, every piece carries the whole image. That means you, right now, carry the universe with you. But Bentov believed humanity itself worked the same way. Each of us is like a pixel, small, on our own, almost invisible. But when you put us together, we don't just light up. We form the picture, the whole consciousness. But think about what that means. Your thoughts, your actions, even your emotions might be feeding into something far bigger than you can see. The collective human hologram. And if that's true, then humanity isn't just stumbling forward blind. We're evolving as one organism, guided by patterns we barely understand. And that realization leads to a chilling possibility. If all of humanity is part of one mind, who or what is doing the guiding?
And he explained the hologram in terms of 3 pebbles being dropped into a pizza pan filled with water.
Anti-gun groups are racing to kill this. Here's how to lock it in first. National concealed.
Into a pizza pan filled with water. And you drop these pebbles simultaneously into the water. So it sends out these wavelets that reach every point on the surface of this rock. If we take this water now, which resulted in a pattern of wavelets that now clash into one another, all this information about the pebbles, and it's called the interference pattern. In cross-section it would look like that. And if you quick freeze the water and you get a piece of ice like this, which is actually a photograph of all the information about these pebbles, and then you take what is known as coherent light, or light where all the rays are of the same frequency, a laser light, and you shine it through this interference pattern. Lo and behold, you see the 3 pebbles reconstructed 3-dimensionally in space. This is the important part of the hologram, that all the information is contained in this pattern, and every point of this pattern contains that information, because if by mistake you break this piece of ice and you end up with a little sliver of it, and you shine the same lights through it, you will still get to the 3 pebbles. It will actually look something like that. And here, if you shine this coherent light, the 3-dimensional object gets reconstructed. Now, if instead of those 3 pebbles, we substitute 3 individuals, because we, like the pebbles, are constantly sending out information about ourselves in a variety of ways. And all these fields are interacting, creating a hologram, an interference pattern. And you could say that human consciousness is one big hologram of information about humanity as a whole. We are one mind, one consciousness.
Imagine smoke rising in a circle, looping around and feeding back into its own center. That, Bentov said, is how the universe breathes. Everything, from galaxies to human bodies, follows this toroidal pattern. Energy flows out, curves around, and comes back in, creating balance. Even your heart produces a toroidal electromagnetic field, measurable with modern instruments. In fact, a 2014 paper in Nature Physics described plasma structures in the lab forming stable toroidal patterns, the same shape Bentov said was written into the universe itself. But he didn't just mean this as a shape in space. He meant it as a cycle of consciousness. The universe expands, contracts, and learns from itself. Every birth, every death, every flicker of human experience, all part of this endless toroidal flow.
This would be the structure then. This is the core of the structure, which is called torus, T-O-R-U-S, a melon-like structure. And matter emerges from the center in the same sequence as we saw before, condensing light radiation from three-dimensional form, goes around and gets pulled back in upon itself into the black hole. This is a white hole and black hole back to that. This is the gravitational collapse as galaxies are pulled in to the black hole and then re-emerge as energy again on another round to go around and around again. And each time matter goes around, it gets refined. Its consciousness is on the next round of the spiral. Remember that every speck of matter on the surface of this torus is sending out information about itself. Our galaxy does, and so does a galaxy and many other galaxies which have gone ahead of us, so that the information that is being sent out gets interwoven into one web of information about the entire structure. This is the information that one can tap in those higher states of consciousness and in fact enter the knowledge that's available about the entire structure, because we are a part of this hologram, that little sliver that still retains some of that information, and by tuning into the totality of the hologram we can have the information about every part of it, and that's exactly what Ben did.
Now here's where it gets strange. Bentov claimed that death is less like falling into darkness and more like waking up from a dream. In his view, the soul sheds the body the way a diver sheds a wetsuit. Not destroyed, just stepping into another environment. A 2014 resuscitation study on near-death experiences found that many patients reported vivid perceptions, even when their brain had flatlined. Stories of tunnels, lights, or overwhelming peace, details that eerily echo Bentov's descriptions years earlier. Or overwhelming peace, details that eerily echo Bentov's descriptions years earlier. To him, rebirth wasn't some abstract religious promise. It was a mechanical certainty. Just as water evaporates, condenses, and rains down again, so too does consciousness recycle through the great cosmic system. You've been here before, he argued, and you will be again. But here's the question Bentov never fully answered. If we keep looping through life and death, like sparks in a current, who or what is keeping the cycle running? And this is where Bentov's story takes a turn from mystic philosophy to government files. In the 1980s, the CIA quietly declassified a series of documents known as the Gateway Process.
That is classified as a non-physical reality.
Buried inside those pages were Bentov's models, sketches, and theories, repackaged as tools for training intelligence officers in altered states of consciousness. Think about that for a second. A man dismissed by many as a New Age dreamer had his ideas pulled into the heart of military research. They weren't just reading his books, they were to apply them. The 2003 Army Intelligence Report even cited Bentov's diagrams directly, showing how the brain can act like an antenna tuned to dimensions beyond the physical. So why would agencies built on secrecy and power be so interested? That's the part that remains unanswered. Maybe they believed Bentov had uncovered something real, a way to stretch human perception beyond ordinary limits. Or maybe they feared that if they didn't explore it, someone else would. Either way, it leaves us with one chilling thought. If reality is a hologram and our minds are receivers, then the truth about what we are capable of might already be sitting in a locked government file. The CIA thought Bentov's work was worth studying. Scientists keep circling back to the same patterns. And you're left with the same question Bentov whispered decades ago. If your nervous system is only showing you a fraction of reality, then what are you not seeing right now?
confusing statement, but if we're in a conversation and I'm speaking in a really confident way, and I said something like, how different would it be if the same thing started looking now like it wouldn't change if nothing else really did? And you could just get completely open. And then the CIA, without even a trip, L. Ron Hubbard invented this thing called the Alice in Wonderland technique. You know that this is a confusing statement, but if we're in a conversation and I'm speaking in a really confident way, and I said something like, how different would it be if the same thing started looking now like it wouldn't change if nothing else really did? And you could just get completely open. And then the CIA, without even attributing anything to him, copied it almost word for word in an interrogation manual. And I have that PDF too.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Chase Hughes just exposed the scariest manipulation trick yet. They used to call it interrogation, but now it's just called content.
They discovered this in the 50s and 60s that if I can confuse your brain acts as though someone it's somebody that's falling. So if you imagine when you're falling, your limbs are flailing all over the place, and the first solid object that they come into contact with, it's going to like grab around it, no matter what, even if it's a thorn bush or something.
Okay.
Right? So anything that's solid in that moment of confusion is going to get grabbed onto. So the brain corollary to this is, if a person's confused, the first logical piece of information they hear after being confused will be automatically accepted, or more automatically accepted, without being screened or scrutinized by the brain.
In the world of behavioral manipulation, few tools could be more dangerous or more effective than confusion. Scientology's founder, L. Ron Hubbard, understood this long before social media or surveillance capitalism. He wrote extensively about a method now known as the Alice in Wonderland technique, which involves flooding the subject with contradictory messages, bizarre phrases, and emotional whiplash until their grip on reality begins to slip. In 1961, the CIA declassified the now infamous Kubar Counterintelligence Interrogation Manual, and inside it was almost word-for-word instructions from Hubbard's playbook. The technique was adopted as a psychological softening tool, meant to dismantle the subject's internal logic and replace it with whatever narrative the operator wanted. The goal wasn't to extract the truth, it was to overwrite the mind.
What L. Ron Hubbard does is have people read out of this book of Alice in Wonderland. The verbiage is very confusing, and L. Ron Hubbard openly wrote about this in his work, and I'll give you all of my research on it, and then the CIA, without even attributing anything to him, copied it almost word for word in an interrogation manual, and I have that PDF too.
Really?
Oh yeah. And then the grandfather of hypnotherapy, Milton Erickson, started writing about it.
Chase Hughes explains it like this. Every person runs on invisible behavioral scripts, pre-programmed mental routines that help us make sense of daily life. They tell your brain what's normal, what to expect, what to ignore. But when you interrupt that script through contradiction, chaos, or emotional shock, the brain hits a point. It can't run its usual logic. In that moment, it becomes desperate for something stable. Whether it's a belief, a command, or a total lie, it feels safe simply because it's solid. The brain latches on automatically. This is where command is inserted when the person is disoriented and vulnerable. A hypnotist might say something that makes no grammatical sense. At the moment your conscious brain rejects it, but your subconscious doesn't, it'll start to obey. And here's the trap. Once your brain accepts that first command under confusion, it becomes easier to follow the next, and the next, until you're no longer evaluating, just absorbing. That same pattern is now everywhere. Not in interrogation rooms, but on your feed.
Fractionation is where, like, I'll put you into a trance, and that would bring you almost all the way up to where your eyes are kind of opening again, and then send you back down again, and you go deeper. So in comedy, and in conversations, you can do this to people where it's like super fun thing, then really depressing or scary thing, fun thing, scary thing. Scroll through your social media feed.
Yeah.
It's fractionation as well. But it increases suggestibility.
They call it advice. They call it motivation. But it's built on the same bones as a cult initiation script. Chase doesn't name names, but the blueprint is clear. Today's alpha brand influencers don't sell facts. They sell chaos first, then order. They throw you into a mental spin cycle, then offer a handout for a price.
You're going to get 21 free gifts worth over $1,800. Like our Go Fridge, a solar-compatible portable fridge and deep freezer.
They throw you into a mental spin cycle, then offer a handout for a price. 1 minute they're promising freedom, the next they're blaming you for being stuck. And right when you're most off balance, they pitch a solution. Their course, their method, their version of reality. It's not just marketing. It's psychological warfare dressed in Instagram filters.
If you think of the way that social media manipulates our brain, it falsifies tribal agreement, and it makes us say A.
Right.
So we're willing to ignore everything that we see because we're seeing a tribe say that something else is happening.
Okay.
So it'll override our brain. And if there's one thing, like if you just, one thing that matters a lot is that our brains are not capable of of overcoming this technology. We don't have a firewall. And technology has outpaced our brain's ability to adapt to it.
Hughes explains that it all comes down to cognitive overload. Your brain can only hold on to so many contradictory ideas before it short circuits. At that breaking point, you stop critically thinking and start following. That's where the real manipulation begins. Confusion, pause, insertion. You've seen the scripts. You know nothing. The system is broken. Only we have the answer. It's the same message across 1,000 hustlers, each wearing the costume of authority. And it works. Not because it makes sense, but because it creates identity. You're not buying a program, you're buying a new version of yourself. One that fits into their tribe. One that rejects the NPCs and joins the elite. The emotional loop is intentional. Fear, then hope, then guilt, then belonging, then fear again. It's not a side effect, it's the point. Studies back this up. A 2022 study in the Journal of Social Influence showed that rapid emotional changes increase vulnerability to persuasive messaging by nearly 48%, especially when delivered by perceived authority figures. That's why these gurus never just sell information. They sell urgency. They sell lifestyle. They sell family. And if you don't join, they frame you as weak. This isn't motivation. This is manufactured identity, designed, packaged, and sold to the most emotionally scrambled version of yourself.
The moment you get to identity, then you're guaranteeing that you can predict future behavior. And this goes really deep. We can get into hypnosis and all that stuff if you want to. And once I get identity agreement, this is the same thing with politics. You see the exact same thing. The identity gets hijacked, and then I can do anything I want because your identity is involved here. It's not you're agreeing with my ideas. You're agreeing because that's who you are.
And the most important part, this didn't start on YouTube, or in a podcast, or with a guy selling alpha masculinity and sunglasses. Chase Hughes is clear. The psychological tools we're seeing today were forged in war rooms and interrogation chambers. The modern manipulation playbook is rooted in government-funded psychological operations, PSYOPs, where behavior manipulation was first introduced. Here's what he reveals about the Milgram experiment.
You've heard of the Milgram experiment?
No.
Let me walk you through it. This is 1962 at Yale University. And they do a study, they put an ad in the paper and say, we're doing a study on learning and psychology. And if you come in and volunteer for the study, we're going to give you like a lunch voucher or something like that. So all these people volunteer. So let's say you're doing the study. And you take it, and you go up in this hallway, you meet this guy, the guy in the lab coat, and there's another volunteer there, and you draw straws. The other guy draws the learner straw, and you draw a straw that says teacher on it. And they say, all right, you're going to sit down here, and I'll summarize it. But the guy's in the room next to you with the door shut, and you're going to sit down at this machine, and you're going to read this quiz, and for every question he gets wrong, you're going to shock his ass. You're going to deliver an electric shock.
The participants were told they were helping with a study on learning and memory. What they didn't know was that the learner in the other room was an actor. And the shocks weren't real, but the participants thought they were.
And every time they get a question wrong, you shock them, but not only that, you're going to grab that little knob and move the voltage up. So if you move the knob all the way to the far right, it says XXX danger severe shock. So you start the experiment, the guy's got a heart condition, and you can hear him screaming. When you hit this little shock button to the wall, you can hear him go, ah, ah. You can hear these little screams. And every time you're moving it up, and sooner or later he says, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to continue. I'm out of here. I have a heart condition. I told you I had a heart condition. I want to leave. I want to stop right now. And all these people would kind of like turn back to the guy in the lab coat, like, you know, what do I do? And the guy in the lab coat it almost every time would say something as simple as, it's important that you continue, or the experiment requires that you continue. So they keep going and keep going and keep going. They're up to like 300 volts now.
The voltage kept climbing, even when the learner screamed, even when he begged, even when he went silent. By the end, 100% of participants went up to 250 volts. 67% went all the way to the maximum, labeled triple X, danger, severe shock, just because a man in a lab coat told them to. Another replication of the study in 2010 by Dr. Jerry Berger, published in American Psychologist, showed almost the exact same numbers. Different year.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next investor webinar, where you can drill deeper into our 9 to 13% annual interest rate bond offerings and see how our company has become an emerging leader in the oil and gas industry. In 2024, Phoenix Energy rose to become the 11th most prolific oil...
Published in American Psychologist, showed almost the exact same numbers. Different year, same results, same obedience. This is what Chase keeps warning about. You don't need drugs, you don't need torture, you don't even need to raise your voice. If you combine novelty, confusion, and perceived authority, you could get full compliance. No hypnosis required. Just a clean room, a uniform, and the right script. The scariest part of the Milgram study isn't what people did back then. It's that nothing's changed. And now the lab coat could just look like an influencer with a verified checkmark.
If I can get you to think that most of your tribal members agree to X, then most people, like 90% of people, will say, okay, X is true.
Well, especially with social media, right?
Scroll, swipe, pause, watch again. It feels random, but it's not. According to Chase Hughes, what's happening on your phone is emotional engineering. Every short-form video, every ad, every comment thread is part of an invisible loop designed to pull your mind in every direction at once. And the goal isn't to entertain you, definitely not. It's to fracture your focus, fatigue your logic, and keep you emotionally volatile, because that's when you're easiest to control.
Your brain versus a $1 trillion computer, you're going to lose. I'm going to lose. And I can spot all of the things, and I'm still going to lose.
Social media obviously is having some sort of psychological manipulation on people.
Yeah.
What do you think the biggest impact it's having on people, other than the theft of your time?
Tribal confusion. So I get to automatically, I don't have to hack your brain. I don't have to convince you of anything. All I have to do is tell you a whole shitload of people believe this one thing. And all that is, it may not get you to keel over right away, but it gets you to say, wow, it's starting to become a pretty popular idea. I'm going to start to might start entertaining that. So technology has outpaced our brain's ability to adapt, period. We cannot adapt. Our brains haven't changed in 200,000 years. If I can trick the mammal part of your brain that doesn't even speak English, so all I have to do is get the human part of your brain to translate what I'm seeing, what you're seeing on the phone, into an image in your mammalian brain, and think that it's brand new, something weird that you haven't seen before. Does that sound familiar on social media?
Sure.
Weird, unusual.
Oh yeah.
Novelty generates focus. Then there's an authority, because you're thinking a lot. This thing has 97,000 likes in the last hour or whatever. Authority. Tribe is there. It's built into the likes.
And then a lot of bots in the comments that agree with it.
Yeah.
Chime in and...
Yeah, I can't believe he's doing this. What a narcissist. Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
He calls it emotional cycling. And once you spot it, you can't unsee it. Rage clip about politics, swipe. A video of someone healing from trauma, swipe. A luxury car and a link to a masterclass, swipe. A breakup story, swipe. The cycle repeats. Each emotion spikes your brain chemistry, then drops it. You're not just watching content, you're being rewired by it. In short, the more emotionally scrambled you are, the more programmable you become. This is the Alice in Wonderland technique. Scale. These platforms don't confuse you with nonsense language, they do it with algorithmic chaos. You're pushed from fear to hope to loneliness to desire in under 60 seconds, and then you're sold a fix. What looks like entertainment is behavioral warfare, and it's not your attention they're fighting for, it's your identity. Here's what he reveals about the algorithms.
If I've got you for 16 hours with advanced algorithms and technology designed to manipulate you specifically, and in 1972 they could talk someone into murder in 45 minutes. You just imagine what's possible.
And know that governments are utilizing
it's not just people's opinions, and it's not just people that are trying to convince other people to think the way they think. It's actual governments that are involved in trying to manipulate narratives.
Yeah. If you're thinking it's a left and a right issue, that's also, you may be a victim.
Most people think influence requires years of training, deep psychological knowledge, or advanced hypnosis. Chase Hughes disagrees. According to him, if you know what to look for, controlling someone's behavior doesn't take skill, it takes selection. The key isn't technique, it's targeting. You don't need to manipulate everyone, just the right kind of person. He says the most influenceable people don't walk around with signs on their heads, but they do wear it on their faces. One detail he talks about often, wrinkle-free under eyes. Not just a cosmetic feature, he links it to emotional suggestibility. People with extremely smooth lower eyelids, according to his findings and feedback from thousands of hypnotists, are significantly prone to entering trance states and suggestion. The idea is simple. If someone can be persuaded easily once, they can be persuaded repeatedly. That's why cult negotiators all rely on behavioral cues to decide who to engage and how. And the methods are often the same, only the goal is different. To track and codify these behaviors, Hughes developed what he called the Behavioral Table of Elements, a public PDF that outlines over 100 human behaviors ranked by their likelihood of deception, stress, or emotional openness. It's built on over 40 peer-reviewed studies and observational field data. It's a toolkit for behavioral control, likelihood of deception, stress, or emotional openness. It's built on over 40 peer-reviewed studies and observational field data. It's a toolkit for behavioral control, not just a chart.
Essentially, it's every behavior that a human being can do, rated from least deceptive to most deceptive. And it's free. I don't charge money for it or anything. So each one of those is a little human behavior, and they're rated from least deceptive to most deceptive. So this is like the ultimate one-page guide to reading a human being. And this is all of our behavior. So all on here you can see how likely it is to be deceptive, whether or not you're going to see it before, during, or after someone's statement, or the score of deception, the behaviors that are going to confirm your findings, the behaviors that are going to amplify it and give you more information. So everything on the right is the most deceptive or most stress, where there's no behavior for deception. And everything on the left is the least. They're the most comfortable. Everything in like that turquoise is facial expressions. And everything on the very bottom is what happens outside of our bodies, like how we interact with like objects on the table and stuff that we actually say, like rising vocal pitch, increasing speed, a non-answer statement. So those are all the different ways that we can be deceptive in our speech. So I tried to get all behavior for deception detection on one sheet. So each one of these is backed by a minimum of 4 pieces of research to make it onto this table.
The question isn't if you're being manipulated. That's already happening. The real question now is, how many versions of the script have been tested? Just on you. Think about it. This isn't a feed. It's a behavioral lab. And you're not the audience, the subject. The techniques Chase Hughes exposes aren't theory anymore. They're active systems shaping what you see, what you believe, and who you become. And once you've been rewired, the worst part is, you won't even notice. So, what are your views on this? Let us know in the comments below.
My daughter is being treated for leukemia. It hit me hard. It did. Being a girl that really just met my heart.
It
best thing I had ever seen. Epic space battles, epic sword battles, cool explosions, and a unique storytelling style where the villains are portrayed as the heroes, and we actually root for the villains. Because if you actually pay attention, the Empire was the good guys all along. The first signs we have of the Empire being the good guys is the opening text of the film. So while this sounds ironic, the Empire is called evil. However, there is absolutely zero justification in this text to validate such a strong word. The exact same scroll describes this as a time of civil war, and like all wars, good and evil is a matter of perspective. There are clues in this very text that show that we shouldn't believe it, such as how the creatively named rebellion is called the Rebels. So not only do we learn that the Rebels lack creativity in picking a name, but also that their actual name is the Rebels. And as such, the Rebels is a proper noun and should be capitalized. So the other phrases, rebel spaceships and rebel spies, should be capitalized, but they aren't. Also, by having the Death Star written in all capital letters, which is something that is never justified in good grammar, it becomes clear that this text is nothing more than childish gibberish that should not be taken seriously. So remember, even in times of war, there is never a bad time to use good grammar. After the opening text, we see Vader's Star Destroyer firing upon and eventually capturing Leia's Corellian Corvette. We aren't aware of it at the time, but the Empire just became the victim of theft. Theft, might I add, regarding information of a weapon of mass destruction. It is quite baffling to consider the Empire's reclaiming of its own stolen property and stolen information as some sort of evil act. Later on, General Taggy refers to the possibility of the rebels using the stolen data to find a... So the Empire is wholly in making sure its technology doesn't fall into the hands of its enemies. But while on the subject of the taking of Leia's ship, it is worth noting that when the stormtroopers boarded the ship, they were clearly firing warning shots when initially boarding, and it was the violent and hyper-aggressive rebels that fired the first fatal shot.
Are you struggling with painful varicose veins? At United Vein and Vascular Centers, we specialize to alleviate the aching pain.
Boarding. Hyper-aggressive rebels that fired the first fatal shot. The Empire possessing a weapon of mass destruction is not an indication whatsoever of it being an evil entity. In fact, when viewed through the proper context, weapons of mass destruction are actually weapons of peace. If we use World War II as an example, had the Allies invaded Japan, it is widely assumed that it would have resulted in up to 4 million American casualties and 10 million Japanese fatalities. So while the atomic bombings of Nagasaki and Hiroshima caused immeasurable pain, suffering, and loss of life to the 250,000 people affected by the bombs, it inevitably prevented a much larger group of people from suffering similar fates. Weapons of mass destruction also have an effect of lasting peace. Since the invention of nuclear weapons, no nuclear-armed nations have engaged in prolonged combat with each other out of fear of mutually assured destruction. While war is still present on Earth, the amount of armed actually dropped to near record lows, with the rate of deaths from war decreasing from 20 people per 100,000 in 1945 to 0.3 people per 100,000 in 2011. Now you might be saying that none of this justifies the Empire destroying Alderaan, but then again, context is key. The Empire is a galactic government that obviously guards and protects trillions of people in the galaxy. This same Empire must make what can be considered as rash choices to protect its trillions of citizens from falling victim to weapons of mass destruction. Additionally, the people of Alderaan are just that. They are people. They have decided to support and uphold a monarchy that opposes the peace-seeking Galactic Empire. So by allowing their planetary government to engage in hostile conduct with the Empire, they are not only allowing, but inviting the Empire to retaliate against them. Much like Nagasaki and Hiroshima, this use of a weapon of mass destruction was unjustifiably harsh to those who were affected, but in the long run it would convince other worlds to maintain loyalty, avoid similar loss of life, and create peace and safety for immeasurably more people. When talking specifically about the Empire, it is quite easy to see that this inherently peaceful government is not centered around war and conquest. War has not been a major motivating factor in its advancement. In fact, the Empire is incredibly lacking when it comes to war readiness. The peace-loving Galactic Empire is so dedicated to peace and inherently unprepared to engage in war that the rise of the violent Rebel Alliance blindsides the Empire, since TIE fighters are not equipped with shields and the bridge of the Star Destroyer are obvious targets. empires centered around war and conquest would have more effective ways of protecting soldiers and pilots. The peaceful Galactic Empire is so ill-equipped for war that the second Death Star, much like the first, isn't built with an onboard shield generator, so it has to resort to building a shield generator on the force moon of Endor to protect the Death Star from wantonly aggressive behavior by the rebels. On top of that, the Empire is such a beacon of peace that it doesn't have its own resources in place to find the war criminal Han Solo, so it must rely on private contractors to find him.
There will be a substantial reward for the one who finds the Millennium Falcon. You are free to use any methods necessary, but I want them alive. No disintegration.
To many, it is a running joke that stormtroopers are so bad at shooting that the safest place to be in battle is in front of a stormtrooper's rifle. And this is true for obvious reasons. It is outrageous to think that the military of a maniacal interstellar military would be so bad at hitting targets, but it does make very logical sense that the infantry of a merciful government would avoid casualties whenever possible. The supposedly level-minded rebels, on the other hand, show no indication of remorse or remorse, blowing up not one, but two gigantic space stations with millions of people on board. The Imperial troops and pilots, on the other hand, seem to go out of their way to avoid causing catastrophic harm to their opponents by consistently and persistently firing warning shots and very rarely causing any casualties. Now let's shift gears to the rebels. They are supposedly good, but it is never really made clear as to why they are the good guys. The rebels have no clear goal except the downfall of the Empire. This sounds like a great idea in theory, except there is no clear plan to fill the power vacuum left by having the government of the entire galaxy instantly disappear. The rebels are so hell-bent on destruction of the Empire that they let Luke Skywalker pilot an X-Wing on his first day at the Yavin 4 Fortress. It isn't even until before they are about to take off that Red Leader even ventures to ask if he is qualified.
You sure you can handle this shit, sir?
And all the assurance he needs is a few words from Luke's friend Biggs.
Sir, Luke is the best bush pilot in the Outer Rim territories.
The only organization I know that will so easily put a religious fanatic behind a dangerous weapon to inflict carnage is ISIS. Plus, the rebels are so unorganized that by the time they are attacking the second Death Star, Han Solo, a smuggler, who was totally unaffiliated during the assault on the first Death Star, has already become a general.
General Solo, is your strike team assembled? Is your strike team assembled?
A man that uses a measurement of distance to describe doing something in an amount of time, which yes, does not make sense, is a general.
It's a ship that made the Kessel run in less than 12 parsecs.
He is flanked in his leadership position by a man that sold him out to the Empire.
Lord Vidor, we only use this facility for carbon freezing. You put him in there, it might kill him.
And a brother and sister who engage in stomach-churning displays of affection. While it can be argued that Luke and Leia were unaware of their shared family lineage, it is also worth noting that evolution has some safeguards in place to minimize the incidence of incest, which include being naturally sexually repulsed to close relatives.
Hey, who is she? She's beautiful. Who is she? She's beautiful. Who is she? She's beautiful. Beautiful. Beautiful.
So the rebels, the supposed good guys, are led by a traitor, a smuggler, and two siblings that have DNA so messed up that they are sexually attracted to each other. When factoring in the Jedis, a secretive religious cult that consider themselves to be the peacekeepers of the galaxy, the only members of this club of fanatics seen during the entire trilogy is Obi-Wan, Yoda, and a very impressionable young Luke Skywalker. When looking at Obi-Wan specifically, this is a man that willingly chooses to live in a cave. Not much else needs to be said to invalidate him as a rational, level-headed person. No one has ever said, that man who lives alone in a cave, he is obviously a man of upstanding character. Beyond living in a cave, Obi-Wan is incredibly reckless. He makes very unsavory remarks about Mos Eisley and its inhabitants.
Mos Eisley spaceport. You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy.
But Obi-Wan has no problem trusting a smuggler he meets there. This pilot, in true criminal nature, provides no proof or credentials about having the fastest ship in the galaxy.
Han Solo. I'm Captain of the Millennium Falcon. Chewie here tells me you're looking for passage to the Alderaan system.
Yes, indeed. If it's a fast ship.
Fast ship? You've never heard of the Millennium Falcon?
Should I have?
It's the ship that made the Kessel run in less than 12 parsecs.
He brags about having outrun Imperial ships in previous encounters.
I've outrun Imperial starships. Not the local bulk cruisers, mind you. I'm talking about the big Corellian ships now.
Obi-Wan's recklessness is on full display during his lightsaber battle with Vader. Vader warns Obi-Wan that he is stronger than him.
Now I am the master.
Instead of heeding this warning, Obi-Wan decides to make threats.
You can't win, Darth. If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
For being the supposed beacon of peace that Obi-Wan should be as a Jedi, he consistently makes damaging strikes at Vader, with Vader only engaging in defensive posture. The only major offensive strike that Vader attempts to make towards Obi-Wan is towards his lightsaber. But Obi-Wan, in true cowardly fashion, uses witchcraft and dissolves into thin air, which clearly baffles Vader. This, of course, happens in front of multiple stormtroopers who at any moment could have shot at Obi-Wan to save their leader, but they are so opposed to killing that they do nothing more than just look on. While still on the topic of the Jedi, Obi-Wan has had for a while, and Luke leaves Dagobah to go to the Cloud City. And as a perfect example of being a jerk, Yoda finally tells Obi-Wan, dead guy, the type of dead guy that is referenced in the saying, only dead men can keep secrets, that there is another potential Jedi.
There is another.
It just seems like bad planning by a religious leader who is down to only one living follower to keep such information secret for such a long time. The rebels are also clearly built for war and conquest. These power-hungry, war-mongering rebels have invested in a technologically powerful array of ships to combat the larger peace-loving Empire. The Empire only has a small variety of fighters that all seem to be of a single purpose, and they are unshielded. The rebels, on the other hand, A-Wings, B-Wings, the X-Wings and B-Wings are so advanced that they can transform, which in the vacuum of space is quite irrelevant, but engaging in a rebellion against a peaceful empire is also proof that there is a lack of common sense in the organization. The rebel fighters also seem to be multi-purpose, with the ability to shoot blasters and torpedoes, and have droid-assisted autopilot.
I need 200 games in one. Don't feed the nightmares. They've taken enough already.
And have droid-assisted autopilot. Shifting gears to Darth Vader, it is sad that he is so horribly prime example of evil. However, it just seems like it is more editing trickery than demonic evil. Granted, the of quelling an evil rebellion. The man is not in a position to be all over rainbows and butterflies all the time. The greatest leaders in the history of the world have rarely been on the front lines of battle with their men, the same way that Vader is in the original trilogy. The man may be stern and blunt, but he is a man with honor that stands beside his men in battle. You may be saying nothing can be said to justify Vader going to the dark side of the Force. With the dark side, the only two people we see for the dark side in the trilogy are Vader and Emperor Palpatine. These two men also happen to be the two most powerful men in the Galactic Empire that has unified most of the galaxy in peace. This same empire employs countless people. If being a job creator that keeps people safe and puts dinner on the tables of countless families across the galaxy is the dark side, then the dark side doesn't sound that bad at all. On the other hand, the light side of the Force, the Jedi's, does not look all that appealing. The fashion is downright deplorable. The two established Jedi's, Obi-Wan and Yoda, live in a cave and a bog respectively, in what happens to be a state of utter poverty. The Jedi's also clearly shirk the rule of law.
You don't need to see his identification.
We don't need to see his identification.
These aren't the droids you're looking for.
These These aren't the droids we're looking for.
He can go about his business.
You can go about your business.
Move along.
Hold on.
And there is no indication that they have created any jobs anywhere for anyone in the entire galaxy. As the video concludes, I will leave you with a final piece of evidence of the Empire being the true heroes. On Tatooine, an Outer Rim planet that is not under the dominion of the Empire, we can clearly see a stormtrooper directing traffic. If a stormtrooper creating a safe driving experience is considered evil, then I just don't know what is considered right.
Antarctica was always on my bucket list. Been to all the other continents, and it's not something I would arrange myself, but I got a phone call from an organization called Future of Space that's all into exploration, not only Earth's surface, the oceans, but space. And they're chartering a ship to Antarctica. Called me up. Said, Neil, you want to join us? I said, yeah. While my passage was paid for, I gave some talks, interacted with all the shipboard people. So, yeah, finally, on my bucket list, made the trip to Antarctica. So I wasn't the only person on board who served as part of the attraction for the seagoing visitors to Antarctica. We had William Shatner, all 93 years of him, still going strong.
Sir, we found finally. I had all my guys looking for the real game because I got fooled by that fake ad.
Still going strong. The only one among us who has boldly gone where no one has gone before. He's quite a hoot. Scott Kelly, a shuttle-era astronaut, holds the American record for most number of days in space. I also went with my wife and my son, Travis.
Big kisses to the Star Talk team.
And he brought a friend, Kelly.
We are going to Ushuaia right now. We just came from Buenos Aires and we're on the plane.
And in fact, Travis never left his stateroom without a GoPro. And he captured so much of this trip. Most of it is through his eyes.
Hi, I'm Kelly.
And I'm Travis.
And we're here today
at the port in Ushuaia.
In Argentina. Just recently landed. It is personally both our first times going to Antarctica.
And Argentina.
And Argentina, which by the way was like, whoa.
It still is like, whoa. We're in the southernmost city in the world.
Yeah, because it's fastest to get to Antarctica from here.
I've been told, I didn't double check this, but I have no reason to doubt, that there's a town in Argentina, Ushuaia, which is the southernmost settlement in the world. What an ideal place to serve as a port of departure for Antarctica. Ushuaia is a town, people go there hiking. I think it's near Patagonia. Forgive me as a geographically ignorant American. I didn't know that was a place. I just thought it was a brand. A beautiful coastal town, but fully self-aware of its role in the world as a servant of explorers, as a last stop before Antarctica. I'm just a city kid, so like, what do I know about Drake's Passage? In the body of water between Ushuaia and the tip of the Antarctic Peninsula, that is where the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean meet. I don't know if that alone would be sufficient to make it as choppy as it is, or whether there are other prevailing climactic circumstances, but oh my gosh, you see the horizon do this. And you say, well, why is the horizon doing that? No, the boat is doing that. And yeah, so I didn't do much eating during that time. In fact, plates would slide off of the tables. So there's a period of time there where everybody's basically on lockdown to get through Drake's Passage. By the way, our ship is relatively modern. Just in the last 5 years, it's been put on the water. It made me wonder, the explorers from the 19th century, 18th century, when they hit storms, what would that be like? If that kind of turbulence was doing that to our modern ship, I can't imagine what it did to any of those ancient ships that sailed the open seas. The fun part was conversations that I was able to have with some of the other people who served as part of the attraction of the boat. We actually recorded a Star Talk live. My two guests for that were William Shatner and Scott Kelly. We love him. He's a twin, you may remember, and we've actually interviewed him before for Star Talk. He is just fun to hear his stories about spending as much time as he did in space, almost a year in space, in orbit, in the space station, the International Space Station. We talked about exploration and discovery, compared and contrasted people who came to Antarctica on the frontier of exploration of Earth's surface, and how the environment was so hostile to anything that they were accustomed to in Europe or anywhere else in the world, and what the challenges have been for going into space, particularly the earliest ones where there were a lot of uncertainties. And what kind of bravery did that take? What kind of audacity of mission did that take? And William Shatner just loves thinking about exploration and what it means to our species, to humanity, to our goals, to what we are as humans.
We're here because of our curiosity. I want to see a leopard seal.
That was a fun conversation. I also had a separate conversation with Charlie Duke, who's been to the moon, 250,000 miles away. And we had that conversation by design on Christmas Eve. Destination Moon. Apollo 8. They're orbiting the moon, they come around the backside, and lo and behold, there's Earthrise. They took that famous picture of Earthrise over the lunar landscape that we all recognize. And on that Christmas Eve, with Earth in view in the distance, 250,000 mile distance, those three astronauts took turns reading the first 10 verses of Genesis.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Get paid to be real. Apply for InFocus.
I didn't know what to expect going in, and what a pleasant experience it was.
It felt like a community.
I feel like everyone came from a different background and different experiences, but somehow we still all have the same values and the same goals.
I feel like I just had a video chat with friends.
This was a good part of my day.
What a good use of the internet, Bunny.
Apply today.
Oh my god! I just won $60,000 from my car crash from this app from my phone. I don't know if you could see it, but it's called Case Connect Compensation Calculator. It's worth $60,000, and I'm about to go cash it in. For those of you who don't know what Case Connect is, it is one of the largest settlement payment companies in the world. They develop...
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep.
I guess when you're in space and you see Earth as no one had seen it before, it can do that to you. I wanted to discuss with Charlie Duke the meaning and significance of that reading and just what he felt about that and his life as an astronaut, one of the few who have been to the moon and back. You know who else was on board? Our Star Talk friend, Brian Greene. He was there with his wife and two kids, the only other sort of physicist on board. So I had a fun conversation with him, and we're just sort of geeking out on the science that's conducted at Antarctica.
So, Brian, is this your first time to Antarctica?
It is not.
Oh my God!
It's my second time.
Oh, you're showing off now.
No, it's just it just means I got sick twice as often.
Okay.
By the way, when you go to Antarctica, no matter the season, you got to be dressed for it. And we went in December, which was, quote, the height of their summer. The temperature bottomed out in the low 30s, maybe -1 Celsius. It was typically more like 35 degrees. Based here in New York City, I was comparing temperatures. It was typically colder in New York City over that time than it was in Antarctica. But regardless, when you're out for long periods of time, you don't want to be exposed to the cold temperatures for too long. It's just not healthy, particularly very windy conditions. And so we each were given a big old yellow parka.
We're getting ready to...
multiple layers of clothes on, thermals, pants, waterproof things, and we're gonna change into boots because we can't let our dirty shoes get into Antarctica.
Antarctica is an isolated, pristine place. And so they were very careful about what clothing we were bringing on this voyage, the risk that we as passengers pose to harming the ecosystem of Antarctica with microbes, organisms, and other.
Compared to pretty much every developed country in the world, America has some pretty lax motorcycle training requirements. You spend a weekend in a parking lot on a Rebel 300, you just ride it around really slow around some cones, and then you're legally permitted to ride whatever motorcycle you want. That's just what we call freedom, baby. Must be all that American exceptionalism I keep hearing about. Aside from track day aficionado, club racer types, enduro boys, adventure guys who invest the time in advanced rider courses, there is only one group of motorcyclists in America that is really championing the cause for being a better rider, and that's motorcycle cops. 900-pound Harleys are not exactly known for their ultra-agile or nimble nature, but the stuff you see motorcycle cops doing with these bikes is truly mind-boggling. So today, we're gonna give a little bit of a nod to some of the most skilled riders in America. We'll talk about the rigorous motorcycle police training course, the rodeos that they find themselves involved with, and everything that makes these riders so revered. Let's get into it. Motorcycle police units have actually been a part of law enforcement for over 100 years. As motorcycles and the needs of the community have changed, the motorcycle cop has evolved with it. Motorcycles first started popping up in police fleets in places like Berkeley, Detroit, or Portland as early as 1908. As cities grew and populations became more dense, motorcycles proved to be a pretty effective way of navigating the urban jungle. Really, motor officers, as they are actually called, are sort of an evolution of cops on horseback. And the military is very much responsible for early
on the interstate for limited time. So like
motorcycle adoption in America. Motorcycles grew in popularity in the early 1900s as the bicycle craze started taking off and people realized, hey, these steel horses can do a whole lot more than just pop dang tuners. Different police departments in America also took this tact, using motorcycles in places that the traditional officer cars just couldn't get to. When it comes to policing communities, officers on motorcycles can just slip through the communities and the crowds and the tight spaces. It just makes things a lot easier. But one of the most interesting things is you'd think that cops would all use dual sports or something ultra lightweight and navigable, but they actually use some of the largest and heaviest bikes available. Models like the Harley-Davidson Electroglide, the BMW 1200 RT, the Goldwing, the Yamaha FJR 1300 have all been used in some way, shape, or form in police departments around the country. Maybe there's some correlation between cop bikes and dad bikes. That's probably just one circle as a Venn diagram. We also can't forget the Kawasaki Concourse. That was a cop bike in a lot of places. The large size of these machines allowed them to carry all the necessary gear that a cop might require and achieve high top speeds in case they needed to chase something or somebody. Radios, handcuffs, tasers, those little Chinese finger traps, assault rifles, maybe a hand grenade, perhaps a flash explosive, you name it, and military surplus found their way onto these police vehicles. So these cops are riding some of the biggest bikes around, weighing over 900 pounds with all the essential equipment on them, like those Chinese finger traps. But they still need to be able to whip around corners, execute quick U-turns, and chase down the local Hellcats. training is required. And look, I think any motorcyclist who has seen cops riding these bikes in this way can attest that this is some high skill stuff and not for the faint of heart. The motor officer training skills is such a feat that they often compete in rodeos, having a honed course who's the fastest between it while not hitting any cones. But there's also a bunch of other skills and tests and challenges in those rodeos as well. These events are often put on by the community, usually in an effort to fundraise, raise awareness about the motor officers, and maybe even get some folks interested who might want to be an actual motor officer one day. And I'm not going to lie, in the pantheon of public services, you know, between firefighter, EMT, and a police officer, a teacher, a nurse, I think I'd choose motor officer. Now, in most police departments, being a motor officer actually take on as a volunteer first, and for everybody, you wouldn't want to just stick a random police officer on top of a motorcycle. You gotta really want to do it. Long hours out in the saddle of a hog trying to catch bad guys is a very strange job description that is not for everybody. But from the research I've done, most motor officers seem to be pretty dyed-in-the-wool. Most seem pretty quick to acknowledge the fact that it is a pretty grueling job, requiring a lot of physical labor and a lot of attentiveness over their hours of work, but many of them still say it is a privilege to be able to ride a motorcycle for a living, no matter what you're doing. To become a motor officer, at very minimum, you're gonna need to have pretty extensive civilian motorcycle experience. From there, once other application requirements are met, they must start on the very intensive motorcycle police training course. Now, if you want something not so intensive, something lightweight and easy and fun, but something you get started doing right now, head over to yin.co and sign up as a member. Win TO7 given away. We're doing a new bike every month this riding season, so if you become a member, you're going to get your best chance to win. You can stack up your entries, assign them to giveaways as they come through the shop, and you're not going to want to miss it. Support the show. We're one of the largest independent motorcycle media channels here on YouTube, and we love what we do. Thanks so much for checking out the MTO7. Let's get back into it. Unlike the MSF course, this motorcycle training course often takes place over several weeks, not just a few days in a parking lot over a weekend, and typically require continued monthly training sessions to make sure your skills stay sharp. You can think of the motorcycle police training like the MSF on steroids and Adderall.
Are you struggling with painful varicose veins? The United Vein Vascular Centers will specialize in innovative treatments, including aching pain and swelling of varicose veins, and restore your mobility. Our doctors use advanced, minimally invasive procedures that will help you back up your feet again, pain-free with little to no downtime. The treatments are covered by most health insurance. Today to schedule your consultation at one of the locations.
It's summer going with the Nissan Rogue and Nissan Pathfinder. Nissan named #1 in new vehicle quality by J.D. Power. Hurry in today.
Adderall, ketamine. It's some crazy stuff. Slow speed maneuvers are still at the forefront of this training though. But it's not your standard figure eight or a weave using a little sub 200cc mule. These officers must achieve incredibly extreme lean angles through various tight corners, basically scraping hard parts all along the way, counter leaning their bike, and navigating some of the craziest stuff you'd on a gigantic bike. Beyond the precise slow speed technical maneuvers that a motor officer must complete, they're also trained in high-speed chases, obstacle avoidance, and of course, extreme emergency braking. Depending on the location of the department, some of the training might also include some off-road elements as well. You can see videos of motorcycle cops riding up and down stairs, which is just crazy. Beyond the intensive skills training, there's also training in endurance. The long days in the saddle are obviously an element a motorcycle cop, and you have to be able to prove that you can do that for 8 hours a day, day in and day out throughout the work. You live somewhere like Texas. The failure rate for motorcycle police officer training is pretty high, with 50% of applicants not succeeding. But those who do succeed end up with an incredible skill. As I mentioned previously, most committed to this whole thing that they will put on rodeos just to show off their skills and compete against one another. So we know a little bit about the training required to be a motor officer, but now let's talk a little bit about the specific bikes that are used. Because of course we're here on Navy Noob, we want to talk about the bikes themselves. Here in America, we're pretty used to seeing Harley-Davidson donning the police badge. Harley has produced police editions of the Road King and Electric Glide for decades now, and to be honest, it's kind of what you think of when you think of a police bike here in the States. But some departments have even used Sportsters throughout the years. I just hope that they don't find themselves in too many high-speed chases, because they're not going to stand much of a chance. BMW also makes police motorcycles, with the R1250 RTP being one of their more prominent models. Here in Austin, I usually see cops riding with BMWs, but in cities that perhaps have a little less funding, I usually see Harley-Davidsons. Smaller F750 and 850 GSs are also used in America and in Europe as well. These bikes, of course, need to be capable to do the type of riding that the motor officer needs to accomplish, but you think about it, they also got to withstand a ton of abuse and a ton of mileage. These bikes will easily rack miles in just a few years. Honda's had a presence in police vehicles as well. The ST1100 and ST1300 are used in Europe for police vehicles. The Africa Twin and NT1100 have also been used as police vehicles. The Kawasaki KZ was actually one of the most popular police vehicles because of its prominence in the 70s TV show Chips, and that was based around the California Patrol. California have also adopted electric motorcycles for their use in policing their communities. Zero has supplied a few communities, with their dual sport models being some of the most prominent ones. The silent, lightweight machines certainly have advantages to being a police vehicle, and their ability to go on-road, off-road can also not be understated. And those electric bikes have pretty much non-existent maintenance, so I imagine it's pretty sweet for the police department. So in conclusion, motorcycle police officers are an interesting subculture of our beloved two-wheeled passion. To be honest, I've been pulled over by a motorcycle cop once before while I was riding a bike, and there seems to be a shared kindred spirit. Motorcycle cops generally love what they do. They love being out on the bike, and so they're usually pretty chill. And it's kind of cool the way that the culture exists beyond just the job and the skills itself. It's kind of crazy how this seemingly simple job of a civil servant that just happens to be on two wheels has created a culture. So we just want to spend a little time digging a little bit deeper on this today, and I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Let me know what you think. If you're a motorcycle cop, sound out from the comments below. I'd love to hear your experience. Why did you become one? Was it difficult to become a cop? And can you do some nasty, quick little U-turns in the parking lot just to show off in front of everybody? I swear, I feel like every motorcycle cop hits that like super quick U-turn in the parking lot just to flex up on everybody. It is pretty cool. Thanks so much for checking out today's video. Be sure to hit the link down below and check it.
If grad school is on your mind, UMGC is waiving their application fee through September 3rd. Classes are 100% online.
My name is Andrew Bustamante, and I'm a former covert CIA intelligence officer and the founder of EverydaySpy.com.
How to Think Like a Spy with Andrew Bustamante. Part 1, Becoming a Spy. What do people get wrong about being a spy?
The public really doesn't realize that they are much closer to CIA spies than they think they are. One of the things that movies get wrong is that they make CIA spies look like they're some kind of superhuman or superhero right from the day they were born, when in fact spies are built, they're not born. One of the most famous spy series of all time actually gets it wrong, and that's the James Bond series. Here you see this beautiful man, and he's always attractive, he's always well-spoken, he's always an amazing driver, an amazing fighter, an amazing shot, he's great with the women, and somehow he's able to operate all over the world by calling himself by his true name, James Bond. This is not what espionage is like. Real espionage is about people who blend in, people who aren't attractive, people who don't get a second look, people who are terrible with women, people who never drive a fancy car, people who never have to pull out their gun. Because they're so good at keeping a secret, they can get in and get out without ever even being noticed in the first place.
What are the qualities of a potential spy?
International espionage requires a wide range of different types of look and appearance. You can't necessarily say that one person would always be good at espionage and one person would always be bad. Instead, there's really a place for people who look all different types. There's a place for the very young and the very old. There's a place for the very fit and the very unfit. There's a place for tall people, short people. There's even room for people who have different religious beliefs that require them to wear different types of physical dress. But when it comes to the one type of person that has the most operational utility, you're looking for somebody who is brown but not too dark, somebody who is thin but not too thin, somebody who is middle-aged, because that's exactly the kind of person that disappears no matter where they go. Whether they're in Asia or Latin America, whether they're in Canada or Australia, they're overlooked, they're not worth paying attention to, they're not the kind of person you remember bumping into when you're standing in line at a local coffee shop. And that's exactly the kind of gray man that CIA, MI6, and Mossad really look for when they develop a new high-performance field operator. A good covert operator is born with a certain series of skills. They are very good at thinking on their feet. They're creative, they're adaptable, they're resilient and resourceful. They're also able to blend in and disappear. These are not people who want to be the center of attention. These are people who want to be in the background. They want to be forgotten. They want to be ignored. They're the wallflowers at your school prom. They're the kids who sit in the second to last row, because if they sat in the last row of the school bus, they would be noticed. The people who turn into very good spies are the people who enjoy the comfort of anonymity. It's the exact opposite of what you see in so much of media. Now, when an intelligence service gets a hold of this person who values anonymity, then they have this rich, fertile soil to teach them a whole slew of skills, from hacking skills to tradecraft skills to alias and disguise to foreign language, and they can put and invest these skills into somebody, knowing that that person will never show off or brag about their skills. Instead, they're going to use those advanced skills to make themselves even more invisible in front of everybody else. One of the most interesting questions I get from people is, what is the one most important character trait to be a good spy? And I find this question to be really interesting because it's a shocking answer in my opinion. The most important thing CIA or Mossad or MI6 looks for when they make a possible new spy is somebody who seeks validation from an external source. They're looking for somebody who is so loyal and so dependent on external validation that they will lie, steal, cheat, commit crimes, cross borders, change their names, do anything they have to do in order to get validation and approval from that one focused external source. And when CIA finds a person like that, they can train that person to become dependent on CIA. They don't need any other attention from anywhere else as long as they serve the one organization that validates and appreciates their work.
Just like a one-night stand with your mom, my finger from the sound barrier trying to press play on this video. I know you Mopar guys are absolutely burning hot. For those of you that don't know what's going on in this picture, that's the Honda engine. This is a big turbo K-Series swapped into a Hellcat wide body. It's gonna be 1,000 angry comments saying, why would he do that with his own money? Because he fucking wanted to. If he wanted your ass in, I'm quite sure he would have DM'd your daddy. It's about nastier than a professional anal bead tester. It's about nastier than a professional Simpson BDSM in his search history. Oh, bro, it's like being at the club. You see a fine-ass woman. You 6'5", 260 pounds of pure Angus beef. But she overlooked you for a dude in a wheelchair with half a body. That's what this swap is like. This man turbo bigger than DJ Khaled. His blow-off valve go, "Wah!" Another one. We talking about nastier than an international tampon thief. But let me know in the comments below how you feel about this Honda swap in Hellcat. This is the Silverback Nova. This man ain't playing no games. We got a 582 big block with Janice Griffith's mouth worth of nitrous on it. This photo didn't strike me as odd until I realized he's popping a Willie on 24s. Ass. This man's wheels have more lip on them than ex-wife here for 4 years. But he called to get his wheels ordered. I'm sure they was like, oh, how much you give me 100? Like 6 inches, 5 inches worth of lip. He said, no, look up at the Fantasia Hills, 582 cubic inches. I know this motherfucker sounds like Kratos from Bronchitis.
That's about even like man's hands are too manicured.
I live in Atlanta, so yes, it does bother me. You can't be too pretty. You can't be prettier than me. Like, that's number one. My hands is, if my nails is fucked up and you ain't looking at that because you too busy looking at yours, that's a problem. That's a problem for me.
Is it as easy as say it is in Atlanta with me? Like, you make it one night, he's gonna pay rent to pay.
No. The men is so like uptight because they know every woman in Atlanta is like damn near selling it. They are damn near looking for help, and it's so crazy. Or if they're not looking for help, you gotta come and do 10 times more than what they're doing. You gotta come in straight out the door, pay their rent, pay their car note, take their kids to school, and pay for their tuition at a private school somewhere. And it's like, damn, I don't even know your name. You know what I mean? It's so hard dating in Atlanta. It really is. And then half the guys are gay. So it's like, or on the down low. Yeah.
I remember flying back home and I was like, yeah, no. And it's funny because this wasn't even a whole trip. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't even an exchange. I was really just there because I thought it was cool enough for me to be there. So, story time. Back in 2023, our manager wanted to fly me to the Leverage Festival. And I learned me some ushers. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. And plus, me and him were cool. At least I thought so. I didn't even charge this man. This wasn't even that. I thought that we were just cool, and that's where I had myself up. Every time I get flown out by a man, I have my own room. He did not have my room set up. Stayed at the Caesar's Palace. It was nice. It was beautiful. But I need my own room. I do not like being in a shared room with a man that I'm not in a relationship with. I don't care what the situation is. I don't care if you pay me $50,000. I want my own room. Okay, so that was the first red flag. The second red flag of this trip is when we were at the Lovers and Friends Festival and they had these mixed drinks. They didn't have any shots, and I don't like just sipping on mixed drinks. I'd rather just take my shots and drink my chaser. That is just me. So I was like, oh my gosh, they only have mixed drinks. And he started nitpicking. Mind you, this man was kind of complaining the whole trip about everything anyway. But he started nitpicking at me. He was like,
oh my God, here she goes. Here she goes. She's so bougie. Empress is so bougie. Oh my God.
And I'm just like, okay. Now I'm trying to rub off the fact that he's nitpicking at me and complaining. But he kept mother going. Like, talking about this man had to call me bougie at least 30 times a day. It was annoying the kind of me. But the kicker for me was after the event was like near over, we were back where the trailers are, you know, like where the celebrities have their trailers and they get dressed and get ready and stuff like that. So we were back there. Something happened. I can't remember what happened.
These were too weirdly shaped or odd to make the cut in a regular pack of bacon, but bacon is bacon, baby.
When bacon's cut down to uniform strips,
I can't remember what happened.
So let me stop it right there before
I
we
don't
play the
even
rest
give
of
a
the
shit.
shit.
When God wants to make a man powerful, he does not crown him in front of kings. He does not hand him a sword forged from gold, nor surround him with praise and song. No, he isolates him. Silently, patiently, as if forgotten. When the divine chooses a man for something greater, it begins with subtraction, not addition. Everything unnecessary is removed. Comfort, applause, validation. Not because these things are evil, but because they are distractions from what is essential. Power cannot be planted in soil too soft. So the ground is hardened first, the roots are tested. You see, power gifted without transformation becomes poison. A man must be tempered before he is trusted. Fire does not only destroy, it purifies. And so the man is cast into trial not by accident, but by design. Loneliness is not neglect, but initiation. Silence is not absence, but instruction. The man begins to feel as though the world has turned its back on him. Doors close, people leave. The path he once knew crumbles beneath his feet. But this is no mistake. This is the slow unraveling of his former self. For only when the ego dies can the soul rise. In the middle of this wilderness, he is stripped of the masks he once wore. He no longer relies on charm, wealth, or reputation. He becomes invisible, not because he has lost value, but because he is being hidden from those who cannot yet understand him. He is being remade, cell by cell, thought by thought, pain by pain. And in the solitude, he begins to hear, clearly for the first time, not the noise of the world, but the pulse of life itself, the deep and wordless knowing, the stillness beneath all motion. There he meets something ancient within himself, something untouched by time or doubt. The divine reveals itself not as a booming voice from the sky, but as the still whisper within. The world may call him broken, but he is simply unfinished. He is not weak, he is waiting. And in this waiting, strength is born, not from muscle, but from presence. From knowing that even in the void, he is held, even in the storm, there is purpose. A powerful man is not one who forces the world to bend. He is the one who can stand still while the world spins. He knows he does not need to dominate to be strong. He knows that vulnerability is not weakness, but truth unclothed. And truth, when unshackled, is unshakable. Unshakable. And so, little by little, the pieces return, but they are not the same. What comes back is purified. What remains is only what matters. Relationships become fewer but deeper. Success becomes simpler but richer. Confidence flows not from what he has, but from who he is.
What's up,
In the
handsome
divine
man?
form.
Hey, how much of the rest of the stuff did you get done? Did you get any of the papers done? Did you gonna show them to me? You didn't do any, huh? Yeah, because your mom's not gonna help you, buddy. Your mom refuses to do anything she needs to do. So come on, me and you, we got this.
what was survived, endured, and transcended. He looks at the world now and sees how much of it is asleep, how many are caught in illusions of status, of image, of constant striving. And yet, he no longer feels the urge to wake them all. He knows that awakening cannot be forced, it must be chosen. And so he simply lives, and by living in truth, he becomes a quiet reminder to others of what is possible. He understands now that true power is never taken, it is grown. It is not given by others, it is discovered within. And once found, it cannot be taken away, for it is no longer dependent on circumstance or opinion. It is rooted in something eternal, unshakable. And this man, who once was broken, who once was alone, who once questioned his worth and place in the world, he becomes whole, not because he is perfect, but because he is integrated. He does not hide his shadow, he has befriended it. He does not pretend to have all the answers. He has made peace with the mystery. There is something divine in a man who no longer seeks to be more, but simply is, who no longer fears being small, because he knows the entire sky exists within him, who no longer runs from suffering, but walks with it like an old companion, knowing it has shaped him into what he's now. He may still be misunderstood, he may still be criticized, but he does not shrink. He does not retaliate, he does not collapse.
You're going to get 21 free gifts worth over $1,800. Like our Go Fridge, a soap.
He does not retaliate, he does not collapse. For he understands now, not every attack requires a shield. Not every insult is worth absorbing. His value is not up for debate. He is no longer for everyone, and that is precisely the point. He is not here to be liked, he is here to be real, and in being real, he gives others permission to drop their masks too. He walks into rooms and shifts atmospheres, not because he speaks loudly, but because his presence is grounded, rooted, alive. The man who has been made powerful by the divine is not addicted to certainty. He welcomes the unknown. He knows that life is not a problem to solve, but a mystery to live. He has stopped chasing control, and in doing so found peace. He has stopped resisting change, and in doing so found flow. He has stopped performing, and in doing so found his true voice. And when others ask him how he became this way, so steady, so clear, so unshakable, he does not offer a formula. He simply smiles, for he knows that every man must walk his own fire, must face his own silence, must be stripped of his illusions and left alone with himself. No book, no speech, no teacher can replace that sacred process. It is not a curse, it is a calling. It is not punishment, it is preparation. He no longer prays for ease, he prays for alignment. He no longer seeks comfort, he seeks truth. He no longer asks to be seen, he asks to be real. And somewhere along the way, without realizing it, he became powerful. Not because the world said so, but because he no longer needed the world to say anything at all. He found something greater, he found himself. And what is more powerful than a man who has nothing to prove? A man who has been to the depths of his own soul and returned whole does not fear the dark. He does not fear failure, rejection, or loneliness, because he has already faced them and found that they did not destroy him, they refined him. Now he walks with a quiet authority, the kind that cannot be bought or taught, the kind that is felt And while the world continues its clamor for more, louder, faster, he becomes the still point in the chaos, the calm eye in the storm. He knows now what few ever understand. Power is not in the noise, but in the... Not in control, but in surrender. Not in having, but in being. He wakes up each day not with the weight of needing to prove his worth, but with the quiet joy of simply being alive. The morning light no longer calls him to run a race he didn't sign up for. It simply greets him, warm and impartial, and he receives it like an old friend. He sees more because he is no longer rushing past life. The colors of the trees, the laughter of children, the texture of silence between words, all of it has become poetry to him. The world hasn't changed, he has. He no longer demands that life give him meaning, he meets life, and meaning arises. The man who is shaped by information, he remembers the days when hope seemed like a foolish thing, fragile to die. Something whispered, but in stillness, stay. And he stayed. Not out of strength, but out of surrender. And in that surrender, he found a strange kind of power. Not the power to change the world, but the power to change himself. Not endure. All. It breathed. And in its it overcame. Not fearfully, but freely. He no longer was out of fear. No longer performed. He loved because it was his nature to love, not his strategy to be loved. And in that shift, he became truly free. He noticed how the world often mistakes noise for confidence and speed for progress. But he had learned otherwise. He had seen how the loudest men were often the most afraid, how the busiest lives were often the most hollow. He had come to see through the illusion. And once seen, it could not be unseen. He stopped chasing people who did not see him. He stopped apologizing for his depth. He stopped shrinking himself to fit into shallow spaces. He no longer begged for belonging. He belonged to himself. And yet he did not grow cold. He did not wall himself off. His heart became more open, not less, but open in a new way. Not to be consumed, but to connect. Not to be drained, but to give from overflow. He learned that boundaries are not walls, but bridges with gates. That discernment is not judgment, but wisdom. He became more honest, not just with others, but with himself. He faced the lies he had believed, the masks he had worn, the roles he had played. And slowly, he shed them all. Not in a moment, but over time, like leaves falling from a tree in autumn. And beneath it all, he found something shocking in its simplicity. His own face, the one he had hidden even from himself.
If you're hearing these words, it's not a coincidence. Something powerful is moving in the...
From himself. There were days he stumbled, days the old fears returned. But he no longer fought them. He welcomed them, sat with them, learned from them. He no longer sought to banish his darkness, but to understand it, to befriend it. And in doing so, he became whole. He discovered that true humility is not thinking less of yourself, but thinking of yourself less. That real confidence is not loud, but rooted. That strength is not the absence of tears, but the courage to cry when needed, and still rise when the time comes. He no longer needs a stage to be seen. He no longer needs validation to act. He no longer needs noise to feel alive. He has tasted silence and found it more nourishing than applause. He sits with pain and does not flinch. He holds joy and does not cling. He lives with intention, not for show. And in this he becomes something rare. A man who is fully here. The divine, in shaping him, was not concerned with convenience. The path was not paved, nor smooth. There were times he questioned everything, times he screamed into the dark. But it was in those moments, those raw, unfiltered moments, that he was being remade. And he sees now that nothing was wasted, not a single tear, not a single disappointment, not a single betrayal. Every broken thing served its purpose. Every fall taught him how to rise with grace. Every closed door redirected him to something deeper. He learnt that letting go is not losing, that endings are not failures, that silence does not mean abandonment. He learned to trust what he could not see, to follow what he could not explain, to obey the pull within that led him home every time. He has stopped asking for clarity and started asking for courage. Clarity comes and goes, courage remains. Clarity is a luxury, courage is a necessity. And in living with courage, he has discovered clarity of a different kind, the clarity that comes from walking forward even when the path is hidden. His days are no longer dictated by fear, but by alignment. He listens more, speaks less, acts with precision. He no longer seeks to be everywhere. He only seeks to be fully where he is. He no longer measures time by productivity, but by presence. He no longer tries to fix others. He understands now that healing is an invitation, not a command. That transformation cannot be forced. That truth must be lived, not imposed. And so he becomes an embodiment of what he once tried to preach. And that, more than any words, changes others. He sees the beauty in the overlooked, the sacred in the ordinary, a cup of tea, a quiet walk, a kind word. He knows now that life is not a problem to be solved, but a gift to be received. And he receives it, moment by moment, with gratitude. He becomes a man no longer carried by the current, but guided by the flow. Not resisting life, but dancing with it. Not demanding outcomes, but trusting the unfolding. He has stopped searching for arrival and started embracing the journey. He understands now that true power is not domination, but liberation. Not having control, but needing none. Not being feared, but being trusted. Not being admired, but being real. And in all of this quiet, powerful becoming, he has not become superhuman. He has become fully human. Awake, aware, alive. He is not the man he once was. He has died 1,000 small deaths, each one necessary, each one sacred, and in those deaths something greater has been born. Something truer, something unshakable. Now, when people meet him, they may not understand what they feel, but they feel something.
Here's something most drivers don't know. Your car, the cheaper your insurance should be.
But they feel something, a depth, a weight, a stillness, a peace that cannot be fabricated, a presence that needs no introduction. That is what it means to be powerful, not to impress the world. In far, the practice, the charity, which is when God wants to make a man powerful, he does not rush the process. He does not shield him from the storm. He walks him through it. He does not crown him in comfort. He carves him through challenge. Because true power is not about how much you can control. It's about how much you can surrender and still remain whole. The man God chooses does not rise because the world rises because nothing can hold him down anymore. Not fear, not failure, not the opinion of man, the silence of heaven, and anyway. A man who has bled without bitterness, lost without breaking, and stood alone without losing himself. That is power, quiet, steady, eternal. If your life feels heavy, if the world feels distant, if all you have is your breath and the fire inside you, then maybe, just maybe, you're not being forgotten, you're being formed. Because when God wants a man powerful, he doesn't give him the world, he gives him
we bought a thing. We got some issues one.
Well, if you don't got issues, that's your middle name.
Where do we go?
I'm a complete, like, what can. It's got it all in it.
Yeah, but it's cheap.
Yeah, you're going to put motocross bikes on it?
No. Right, okay. No, we're just going to tie it up. The aim is to make it as competitive as possible, close to the 2025 5-lane.
Right.
So 20 years on.
You're wasting time.
I mean, it might not start.
How many miles? 38,000?
Yeah, but he's mint.
Go on.
Oh. Right now, let the clutch, let go of the clutch. Now pull the clutch in. It's not doing it now. It's not doing it now. Oh, really?
You love cam chains, don't you?
Oh, you love them as well.
Just everything. Got a cam chain probably up there in 5 minutes.
It's not that bad. It might. Yeah. Well, the first off, we're going to do brakes. We're going to put a clutch in it. And we're going to put a slipper clutch because that's the one thing that it needs. A slipper clutch. Anyone that's either free or cheap. What I'm going to do today, I'm going to get this off and see what damage is behind that.
Yeah. Can we make it for launch?
Yeah, we can. Yeah. James has told me off camera that he's got ex-Hydrex Honda. Any of you racing fans will know that Hydrex Honda, Carl Harris, God bless him, and who's it? James Ellison, Guy Martin, all rode the Hydrex Hondas. He's got a full Akrapovic system that he said we can have for how much?
Well, I just really figured £2,500.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's, yeah.
We've got to sit there and negotiate. It's a full toy system. You ain't going to get one. It's brand new in the box.
Yeah. We borrow it?
No.
We've got some brake pads to start off with. And we are going to do... Yeah, I know. Yeah.
That's what they would call light misting.
That's exactly... Well, that's it. A light misting. Easy. Right, hopefully this is a box from DR Bikes and this has some bits in it, like some brake pads and some clutch plates. Clutch plates being the primary objective of the day. Bloody hell, how'd you making all the noise? Right, we're quick in it. So, set of racing sintered pads. Nose edit forward because we're going to ride it on the road as well. So we just want step one first. We'll go to racing sintered, and we've got some clutch plates, some steels and some frictions. See, hopefully we don't need a basket. Well, we'll set a basket, that's for sure. Try this off first. Big shout out to DR Bikes, and you can get 10% off with the code 44T. I'll put a link in the Dizzy. You can benefit from some love from DR Bikes as well. Lovely. Check out DR Bikes for all your track day and road bike needs, plus service parts and even the painless of parts. DR Bikes has it all. Oh, shout out to William, who's, remember this from a couple of months ago? He's finally finished it. Well, not finished it, but he's looking a lot better. Look at this carbon tank. Look how sexy that is. James already started. I went outside for 2 seconds. And James already started. That's what I like to see. Lots of people, commenting and got their opinions on putting clutch plates in dry. I like to put it in dry. I don't know about you. Do you recommend a bit of lube, or do you soak them for a bit, or do you put them in dry?
Nice to soak them.
Yeah.
It's not a life or death situation.
No, exactly.
Do you think they wet them before they put them in at the factory?
No.
Of course they do.
No.
They're put in as a kit.
Yeah.
And their bugs fill it with oil and they start. That's what it is.
Yeah. Stick it in dry, yeah? Yeah. I was just going to go for the bottom fairing, but you're going to take the whole lot off, yeah?
You're going to get the top screws.
Alright. You need to get funny about it.
What do you want me to do? Draw a hole through it or
I need
something?
to get queer about it, mate.
Take this.
What? You want me to do it, do you?
No, I'll do it.
James, I'll do it. James, I'll do it.
I'll put your jelly mold off at least.
Okay, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll take the jelly mold off. In fact, you take it off, and then we're going to play a game. It's called what's underneath it.
No, go to the shop and get an Angel Delight mix. Let's make a proper. We're going to get a jelly. Let's make a jelly this afternoon.
Okay, a trifle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the RNG cover.
Yeah. Okay. I'm hoping there's nothing underneath it. I've just got this nasty feeling there's going to be
making noises.
No, it's making noises, but I just got this feeling there might be a bit of might be something that's the cover is covering. Ah, that's all right. Lovely.
Brand new.
Okay, well, I'll go and get some jelly then.
That'll make a lovely
jelly. Get a bit of trifle.
Bit of jelly in there.
Yeah.
Hundreds of thousands.
Hundreds of thousands. Oh, proper trifle. Yeah. And this is how the boys at JHS look after your fairings. Hang them up. There's none of that nasty scratching from the floor business. I mean, to be fair, I just probably put mine on the floor. I like it on the floor. Actually, underneath, apart from some, the usual grime you get from a 20-year-old bike, it's actually really clean. Good lush.
Andrew just told me he wants to put some Sanko hoses on this.
Why is that funny?
I think it's like 27 hoses or something.
Really?
Yeah, because they're all little ones.
Right.
And it's in the middle. It's just everywhere.
So I won't get some Sanko hoses for this?
Yeah, and then Andrew will.
Okay.
I don't walk off on Friday.
I still think you should have my exhaust on.
Yeah, I'm not paying $2.5 for an exhaust, mate.
Yeah, no, you can lend it to.
I can lend it to you.
You can pay installments. Yeah, you can installments if you want.
I mean, it's not the end of the world. However, it looks like this bike has had some lock wire on the sump plug, which usually means it's been raced, or it could just mean, it's not a factory item. That's definitely been bastardised, should we say? That's not a factory fit job. So there we go. It's not the end of the world. Just opens up another can of worms, or some stories to tell.
You've got all the screws.
Right, all the screws are out, Rick.
Yeah.
I just, it's not coming off. Oh, Philippa. Oh, there she comes. There she is. Well, looks lovely. It's rosy in the garden, isn't it?
You didn't get any springs for your thing, did you?
No. Be alright with it? We'll just rock and roll for this time. So, the plates are out. It's not horrendous in there. It's not horrendous, but James spotted that right at the end there was sort of a retaining. This little retaining thing was in the wrong place. It was actually falling down the back of the basket. So hopefully that is another reason for the noise, because the actual basket seems nice. No movement. It's not notched. It's all good. It's all good, bruv. So the new friends going in. Although actually the old plates don't look bad. They don't look horrendous. But actually, when you dig deeper, there's some scoring marks and sort of little signs that they're not whack a set of freshies in. It looks lovely.
Oh.
Oh, looks like you need a bearskin hoodie.
You need the bearskin tactical hoodie 4.0.
There may be more to this than meets the eye. I asked the question, is it too good to be true? It might be. Feels a bit weird, doesn't it?
And it ain't a clutch or something. Oh, a bit of smoke over there.
So you reckon it's the rod that goes through?
This isn't releasing back up.
No.
This is the old build up of crap in it.
We put the clutch plates back in, and then, Jake, do you want to go move the clutch? Go and pull the clutch in, I'll show you.
See, we've got pressure on it now.
It's going the other way now.
What's going on? I can't see.
So it's moving towards us, whereas before it was moving away, like back in.
The pressure plate
Yeah.
wasn't going on.
Wasn't seating to the...
Between the hub and the pressure plate, wasn't going on the hit properly, because the clutch push rod was coming out too far. And normally I should be able to push it back. That will push the piston back, which pushes it back up the line.
Yeah.
I couldn't push it back.
Yeah.
I've had to release the pressure from it in order to do it, but it don't feel right. Something is amiss somewhere. It ain't the clutch. I don't think the clutch was the problem with the bike. I think either you've got a master cylinder problem, or a safe cylinder's got a build-up of crud behind it, and it's not able to push it back in properly.
Sad face. Oh, pity pants. Well, that kind of explains some of the weird scores in the. It's weird scores, isn't it? That kind of explains it all, doesn't it?
What's that? John Jovi's.
John Jovi?
Yeah.
Whoa, living on a prayer. Way there. Oh, it looks like it's the master cylinder, doesn't it? That's what we narrowed it down to.
Yeah, because I can release the pressure and I push fluid back there, no problems.
Do you reckon someone's had a go bleeding there?
I don't think it's just worn out.
There's nothing in there.
I can feel this pushing straight back at me. It means it's got pressure on here all the time.
Right.
You should have a little bit of free play here before you apply the pressure.
But if by magic the levers come back to life, so that solid feeling. When I got on the bike at the dogged spot the other day, the lever was solid, the same as it is when James first tried it. But now we've got a bit of free play like you should do.
How'd you get on with it, Tommy?
Successful.
Was it?
Yeah.
Good,
yeah.
Good meeting.
Clean, easy, in and out. Great. Yeah. What do you call him, Bill? RTV Holland. Go on, James. Whack it on there, son. Go on. Plenty of it.
I don't get with me. There's no room for it.
It's not often you get the piss taken out of you, is it?
I enjoyed the ride for a minute, but when I get back on the fairground,
so there's one thing I do remember from racing days. These right-hand covers, the clutch covers, are a pain in the cock to get off, to get back on, as Mr. Holland is now experiencing. That's all I'm going to say. However, while he's suffering, I'm going to make myself useful and swap the pads. So let's go. And these pads look virtually brand new, but I think we're kicking the can down the road, so to speak, because these discs are fairly badgered. But I believe Chris has got some plans to change the whole system, so I don't know what he's got. He's been making phone calls and making strides. So for the moment, these pads, these Brembos, will make a big difference. Not sure that I've already mentioned this, but I think we found the reason why it was running a bit hot, and that's because there's no coolant in it. It's taking about 2 litres of coolant. Also, whoever did the brake fluid level put way too much in there, so I've just taken those out because the new pads wouldn't go in properly. So, but they're in now, gleaming, lovely. Giving them a bit of a clean off, brake cleaner, and a brush. Daddy's happy. I don't want to show you, I don't want to go down any further because YouTube won't like it, but
thanks for that struggles, eh?
it's the. So as sad as it is, the Blade Runner has got to go because we got Captain Sensible over here is about to put a ticket on it. He reckons that's illegal, which it is. It's too small and it's highly offensive. Right, that's enough for today. Tomorrow, you're back with some dyno and MOT action.
These were too weirdly shaped or odd to make the cut in a regular pack of bacon, but bacon is bacon, baby.
When bacon's cut down to uniform strips, there's often trimmings left over. Misfits Market works with 9 Ranch to package up all those delicious leftover bits to save them from going to waste. That's just one way Misfits Market delivers groceries you can feel good about. Sign up today to shop other rescued food and high-quality groceries delivered right to your door.
No offense, but if you're paying more than $30 a month on car insurance, you're getting ripped off. Everybody knows you That's right. An online marketplace. Cuts out the middleman and gives you wholesale price.
Oh.
Well, morning sports fans. Today's another day. Today's Dino Day. D-Day. D for Dino. Come in this morning, bike's already on Dino. Lovely. What are you thinking? I'm thinking it's going to be too unkind. 150 on the nose. Andrew, what? 143. Ooh, nasty. Buffer Milk Bufferson. What do you reckon? Power. 2005.
44.
Okay. What do you reckon? I've asked everyone else. What do you reckon the power's going to be?
It'll be a full pack of ginger sausage rolls, isn't it? That's all this is going to make, is 4 ginger sausage rolls.
So, am I a bit optimistic with 150 then?
150 what?
Newton meters. I'm only so.
Can't be horses.
My Superstock bike made 160.
140.
All right. Jeez. Not even with the unnamed Chinese can. Yeah. I thought it was clutch again. I was like, oh no. 140 on the nose. You were right, weren't you? You were right. You called it. Yeah?
Temperature sorted itself out a little bit.
Yeah. Better with some coolant in, isn't it? That's 142, yeah.
Back two in the back door.
Yeah. Let's go, Babby.
Alright.
Yeah. Well, should we call it Project 150 so we can get to 150?
I think you can get to 150 with this pipe on it.
Yeah.
Fuel in. It does want the fuel in. It's a bit.
Yeah.
It's a bit retarded.
Yeah.
In its fill. Yeah, touch works.
Happy days.
Perfect.
Thank you, Ricky. We're on the road. Well, not on the road yet. What did you say, Andrew?
It's 143.
Congratulations.
Did I do it?
Well, it was 142.4. Congratulations. So actually, 142 doesn't sound amazing, but when you work it out, like James has, the claimed figure back then for Honda was 169. So you take away anything between 12-15%, and you've got roughly that. So, no need to cry about it, mate.
Bang on 50%, 169.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
I mean, it's fuel in right on this.
As I say, it's running red. I just looked at the can. That can is, I'm not sure you can see it properly on the camera, but it is black. Sheen running a bit rich, young'un. So what we're saying, Rick, we got a ticket. Oh, really? Great news. Max, we're playing box. Can you guess? A Pringles top. Pringles top, no. Andrew, let's play what's in the box.
Unfill the box?
Yeah.
Right, I don't know what to do then.
Your number plate.
No. Number plate?
Yeah, you got your number plate.
Yeah, but that's on there.
Your old clutch plates.
No. It's a brand new box.
I don't know.
No, you can't see it. Let's play what's in the box. Max is B45.
I know exactly what's in here.
Go on.
Right? It's a rubber mask.
Yeah.
Right? And a book of bondage for beginners.
That's the one. Congratulations. It is, of course, an Max cover, pillion seat cover. Shout out to the guys at Pyramid Motorcycle Accessory for all your motorcycle accessory needs. Job up, love. So while James is contemplating putting the ticket on it, get this fitted and uncle.
Pretty sound. 200 MOT station and back.
So it's done 100 miles in 5 years.
Yeah.
Been sat in storage, isn't it?
Advisory on it.
No, really?
Yeah.
What we got here? Owner didn't bring cakes or biscuits. Oh, is that exhaust noisy? Is it? Yeah, it's an advisory. Just sort it out. That's what I say. Yeah.
You may not have known it's got an aftermarket something.
Oh, I did. Oh, I did.
I know.
Yeah.
And that's the official line.
Okay.
There's the official group.
Thanks, Ricky.
Right? It's not a failure because the exhaust noise level is
Yeah.
Don't stress about it, man. Go and do it for you.
Cheers, Babs. Et voila. Well, I'm not entirely sure we've solved the issue completely. I think we've mustered it a little bit better than the previous owner did. I'm just hoping that it makes for power, engine solid, got coolant in it now. It's a new clutch. I think we're going to have to do some shimming. James reckons we have to do some shimming to the clutch basket to stop that noise, to stop a little bit of movement. It's only a tiny bit, but it's a lot better than it was. So fingers crossed. The next step is going to castle down, and Chris has got a load more bits to whack on the old girl. So thanks for watching. See you later. Bye.
Here's something most drivers don't know. The older your car, the cheaper your insurance should be. If your vehicle was made before 2024, you could qualify for...
Viewer, in just a few seconds. Nice folks come here to talk about something. It's not what's the telepath because they can mind control you, blah blah blah. I am telling you right now, he's wrong. Do you not see these extra thick thighs that save lives? Look at them! I guarantee you, that sound effect goes off every time this one sits down, followed by the immersive sound of... Like, god dang! The girl's dies sound effects literally have me asking the question, what's in your wallet? I bet you couldn't slide 2 penis past these thighs rather than bouncing off their massive aura. So if I'm being mind controlled by a telepath that looks like this, just know that it's part of my Batman contingency plan, and I am happy! But speaking of the devil, get a little bastard coming right now, son of didn't see any. There's a disturbance in the fullness, and needs a bath! Now! Aha! What you been telling fibs? I tell no fibs tonight, honest. Interesting. That's exactly what a fibber would say. You lying son of a bitch. Anyways, I ain't got time for another day. Because today, viewer, we're talking about telepaths. Now, telepathy, by definition, is supposed to be a direct transmission of information, such as thoughts, emotions, or images, from one person's mind to another, while using any known sensory channels like sight or sound. And it's also known as mind reading or thought transference. And I did not care what you say, viewer. I made up my mind. This power in the hands of a waifu is scary. Now, why? I'll tell you why. First example. Emma Frost from Marvel Comics 616, or more or less the original one. And yes, viewer, I'm not blind. She indeed has the thickness. But she also has telepathy, which in her case means she has the power to broadcast and receive thoughts. She has the power to mind control people. She has the power to alter perceptions. Let me just pause right there for a second. Imagine dating a woman who could literally mind control you or alter your perceptions, on top of being able to read every thought in your mind. And I mean, I know she's pretty, but your mind is literally an open book for her. She can do whatever she wants to it, anytime she wants to it. Now hear me out. I'm not saying you shouldn't smash. Oh no. Get in and get out. 5-minute adventure at the most. But for the love of all my common sense, I cannot think of why it would be wise to date this woman. Because sure, there are benefits. She could choose to mind control other people, or just simply not use her mind control powers on you specifically. But I mean, come on, let's be logical here. We all know if a woman had the power to read a man's mind, plus mind control him and alter his perceptions, that she would abuse the living out of it. And I'm not saying that women would just do this, men would do it too. There are plenty of evil people in the world that will abuse this power. But what I'm saying is, a woman in this scenario would definitely use this power to her complete and utter advantage. And I'm not even saying if the woman had the power in the first place, she should be able to use it. I'm just simply asking the question, as a man that she was dating, how would you check her? Your mind is unprotected from her 24/7, 7 days a week. And you say, oh, she's pretty. My dude, lots of women are pretty, and thighs and ass aren't special. Every woman has them. So lock it and focus. Emma Frost, make him think they were having a passionate encounter, only for him to look a fool when the illusion is broken. This is what I don't like. A telepath can literally put you in the genjutsu, have you think you dancing in a field of daisies, and all of a sudden you fall off a cliff, and the normal average man would have no defense against this. Now maybe, just maybe, I have trust issues, or perhaps I'm just smart. Yeah, that first one's more likely. Shut up! See, you're all. I prove my point. And Emma Frost. So let's see your face or not. Okay, the first ability I just mentioned, along with Emma Frost's telepathy, she also has the power to alter memory. Now, obviously, memory altering is a scary ability in the wrong hands. Let me use this scenario. Imagine you like gaming, and you, yes, you, you're just the Elden Ring DLC. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Your girl hates video games. And don't pay any attention to her, and she just so happens to be a telepath. So she erases your memory of every game you played all your life, every single one, and then she goes. And then she throws away your PS5 and pretends like nothing ever happened. Enough said, viewer. The must go. I don't see how you can trust someone with the abilities to alter perception and memories in a relationship.
Random reincarnation is crucial. What? I've got no talent.
And memories in a relationship. If a wife of any caliber would have these telepathy powers, she would abuse it. And besides what I've already mentioned, Emma Frost has been known to abuse her abilities. For example, in her backstory, she initially joined a Hellfire Club as a stripper, but her telepathic abilities allowed her to manipulate events and gain power, eventually becoming the White Queen. Now, is she wrong for doing this? Debatable. My main point is, with telepathy, she could do it easily, and no one was able to stop her. There was also a time in the comics, Devil's Reign, X-Men #2, used telepathy and her mind-altering powers on Spider-Man. Basically, with her telepathy powers, she was able to summon Spider-Man into a fight, and then afterwards manipulate his mind to make him forget what happened in order to cover her actions. Now, this is not to say that Emma Frost hasn't done good things with her telepathy, but the good doesn't really cover the fact of the possibilities of what she could do with it. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, nah, Emma Frost is really thick, plus it doesn't sound that bad. Fool! Being distracted by thighs will get her brain fried, and I'm not done reading all her telepathic abilities yet. Other than what I've already mentioned, she also has projection of offensive blast of psionic energy, cause mental pain or unconsciousness, or in other words, you can just call this brain blast. She also has astral projection and brain engram modification. She can also protect herself and others with a psionic shield, which can make her and others immune or highly resistant to any overall mental intrusion, including psychic or empathic powers, hypnosis, illusions, or deception. And she can remove psionic shields. Now, I think you get the point by now. A telepath can really only be stopped by another telepath, or someone who's resistant or immune to telepathy, which wouldn't be most people. And to be honest with you, I think the only reason people beat people with these powers in the comics in the first place is because of convenience and plot armor. Now, there's even more to Emma Frost's telepathy powers, but I'm going to move on because I want to talk a little bit about Jean Grey. Now, Jean Grey by herself is pretty chill, I have to admit, but she's immensely more powerful than Emma Frost, with basically the same powers, and more or less she's worse because she also has empathy powers and way stronger telekinesis, and that's all even about the Phoenix Force. Even as a child, around 10 years old, Professor X, also known as Professor Xavier, installed psychic blocks into her subconscious to keep her powers in check. He feared Jean could not control her vast abilities. Now, he did this because Jean had just experienced a death of a friend, and she was overwhelmed by the constant input of other people's thoughts and emotions. Now, same as Jean Grey, Professor X is an Omega level mutant, but even he knew he had to keep his chick's telepathy powers in check or she will crash out. Now don't get me wrong, Jeannie by herself for mental blocks is cool. Now apparently she can't cook over damn, at least according to Gambit in the X-Men animated series, but she cool. But if Professor X did not put these mental blocks on her, the girl could easily shut down everyone on Earth's mind. And that's not an exaggeration of her power in the slightest. She can do that. But again, my main point is, even Professor X, a very, very, very strong telepath in the Marvel Universe, feared her power enough to take precautions against it. Now, Jean is probably the most extreme case on this list because, well, her powers are just ridiculous. And I haven't even gotten into how the Phoenix Force amplifies all her powers, making her even more dangerous. Either way, would still smash because she's hot, but with extreme caution and condoms, lots of condoms. Anyways, I think my last example of what telepathy in dating is my best example. And my last example is Miss Martian from the series Young Justice, aka McGann. Now, if you've seen this series, you know, look at me, you know what I'm about to say. McGann has specifically attempted to use her powers in her relationship with Superboy to erase his memories of an argument they had. More or less, she wants to make him forget that he was ever angry with her. And obviously, this caused him to break up with her. Now, McGann obviously wasn't right in this situation. But I do like the fact they let her do this in the show, because it basically shows that she's not perfect. She did probably any woman with telepathy would do in this scenario. And I mean, think about this for a second. When a woman gets into an argument with a man, what does she usually do? You know exactly what she does. She wants to say some foul shit. And she's gonna get hurt too. And later, she's gonna cry or regret. Now, I don't know what kind of argument they had, but she obviously thought it would benefit her to erase Boy's anger rather than to confront him about the situation. And again, real and expected response from a female. I would honestly expect real women to do this if they have this power. Now, I have to ask the obvious question. If you were in Superboy's position, would you have done the same thing? Would you have given up the green cheeks? Now, they did eventually get together in this series, but my point is, would you have left in this scenario? I honestly would have. She didn't just try to read his mind, she tried to erase his memories. And these two were close. They had a good amount of trust between each other, yet she still tried to alter his mind. And honestly, who's to say that she could have tried to attempt to do it again? This is the main and only problem I have with telepaths. There's nothing checking them from stopping them from using their powers, besides maybe a few characters and plot devices. Now, this is supposed to be a quick video, so go ahead and leave your opinions and thoughts in the comments. And I'll likely talk more about his characters in other videos, because who doesn't want to know if this was a smashing mutant, or Martian for that matter. So leave your opinions and thoughts in the comments. You guys have a great day. Bye!
Your story may not have such a happy beginning, but that doesn't make you who you are. It is the rest of your story, who you choose to be.
Having a girlfriend is hard. No, being crazy is hard. You're getting all hung up on imaginary problems. You gotta focus on what's real, man. You see this cup? This is literally my favorite cup. Now it's gone forever, so it's not real, and I don't care about it anymore.
The first time in my life, and I'm not going to feel bad about it. It takes a long time to realize how truly miserable you are, and even longer to see that it doesn't have to be that way. Only after you give up everything can you begin to find a way to be happy.
Never mind. I don't even know if you're listening, but if you are, you can't give up. The Megamind I knew would never have run from a fight, even when he knew he had absolutely no chance of winning. It was your best quality. You need to be that guy right now.
We're sorry. We didn't know it was daytime. There aren't any windows in the arcade.
Excuses! Excuses! How am I supposed to trust you when all you give me are excuses? When are you two gonna learn that your actions have consequences? Consequences that affect other people!
Stop it, Uncle. I have to do this.
I'm begging you, Prince Zuko. It's time for you to look inward and begin asking yourself the big questions. Who are you? And what do you want?
Always remember, you're enough. Just as you are.
Look, I know you love playing. Then how come except for church you're the happiest when I don't? Finally land the You didn't see how tough being a musician was on your father. I don't want to see you struggle like that.
So Dad can pursue his dreams and I can't?
Your father and me. Most times, this shop is what paid the bills. So when I'm gone, who's gonna pay yours?
Music is all I think about. From the moment I wake up in the morning to the moment I fall asleep at night.
You can't eat dreams for breakfast, Joey.
Then I don't want to eat. This isn't about my career, Mom. It's my reason for living. And I know Dad felt the same way. I'm just afraid that if I died today, that my life would have amounted to nothing.
So what?
I'm working at putting the Hayabusa engine back together, and I got to the point of the rebuild where all the damage happened last time it was blown up.
What's up, baby?